I can't talk right now. I'm making piss.
Lizard, 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 lizard.
Wah. Hello, chat. Hello. We are back for more Bladesong. I don't... We have stuff to do in the city tonight. Let's see here. Does Caswin have anything new to say? Caswin is usually a flurry of activity, sweeping, shoveling, sharp. For once, though, you catch him in a moment's respite. Just resting my arms. Everything all right? Aaron Keep. Okay. Personal questions? Tell me more about your experience in the Discordant War. It was a terrible time. The war pitted brother against brother, faith against faith. Split kingdoms in two. Of course, the cataclysm sparked by the Sundering claimed far more lives, as did the years of blood and ash that followed. But the Discordant War was the start to the end, and the choristers were the worst of it. He's silent for a long time, nodding his callous hands together and staring down at his knuckles. I know it's hard, but can you tell me more about the choristers? I'm sorry, Caswin. Do you want the truth? I was relieved when the voices fell silent. Despite all the horrors of the Sundering, despite everything we've suffered since, we're better off without them. How did you end up in Aaron Keep? You don't want to hear that story. It's depressing. Let's talk of lighter things. You're right. Perhaps another time. Perhaps. I can come back to it then. Okay. So really, I'm not entirely sure what he's doing for me here. I mean, he's unlocked some plot stuff for us, which is good. Okay. I'm getting a little light on steel. Let's see if any of these quests today will give me any good ones. So I could do Huntress. Oh, Huntress wants something. We're definitely doing that. And Thomas. Okay, we're doing Huntress because we'll get some free leather. It only takes 8 steel. She wants a blade. The Huntress enters your forge without fanfare, a bundle of fresh pelts slung over her shoulder. The stench of blood and decay immediately fills the workshop like an occupying army. Smith! I need a new skinning blade. The old one's getting dull beyond what any whetstone can fix. Make it practical. None of your fancy flourishes or decorative nonsense. Just steel that holds an edge and won't snap when I need to drive it through something's skull. Okay, so short, high mobility, Smith Companion, one-handed, broad point. That's easy. How's hunting? Everything's getting worse, Smith. Unless, or it used to be, you could predict what a creature would do based on what it looked like. Now, a rabbit might have venom sacs. A wolf might burst into a swarm of maggots when you kill it. The pelts and hides fetch higher prices when they're harder to come by. Supply and demand. The world's ending, but people still want their leathers and fancy furs. What exactly do you need it for? Skinning, mostly. But the things I hunt ain't always dead when I start cutting. Some have extra hearts. They twitch back to life when you least expect it. Had a 3-headed stag try to gore me last week while I was working on its hide. So I need a blade that's precise enough for delicate work on valuable pelts, but sturdy enough to punch through bone if something decides it's not quite done living. I'll make you a blade that won't let you down. I don't need promises, just results. And Smith, remember, in my line of work, a dull blade means an exciting death. Don't make me regret coming to you. Forge. Okay. And there was a patch. We'll see if anything has changed. Okay. Nice and small. Which is awesome. We'll do like 0.5 to start. And then we'll taper the thickness. That's as thin as it can get. And she wants a broad point on it. Okay. All right. Should we make it wider? No. We can make it thinner. Just a little bit. Cross section. Boop. Want it nice and sharp for her. Maybe a little convex. There we go. Let's give it a fuller. I bet she'd appreciate some bloodletting abilities. Cool. All right. It needs to be one-handed. Shrink that down a little bit. Oh, okay. I got that. And we got all kinds of new ones. Strongs, taper, slim. It's a little bit bigger, just so it looks correct. Maybe just straight out. Okay, and then... what would be good for a hunter? Maybe just a little... there we go. That's pretty good. And... let's give her some engraving on it. Okay. Let's see here. Do. Do. Ba 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 bum. Ah. Oh. Have a smaller one? No. Let's see. Do. Property of Huntress. This looks so terrible, but I love it. This is Principal Skinner. Skinner! Huntress examined the blade carefully. Her eye... wait, hold up. We're not done. There we go. Now we're done. A huntress examines the blade carefully. Her eyes remind you of a hawk you once saw perched on a hunter's wrist and staring at a tasty pigeon overhead. You've earned your coin today, Smith. She flips the blade in her hand with practiced ease, testing the grip from different angles. Word of warning, if it snaps on me in a dodgy moment, and presuming I survive, I'll be back to shove it where the sun doesn't shine. She slides the blade into her belt and drops the payment on your counter before slipping away without another word. My first engraving. Cool. Thomas. Oh my God, no. Get out of my shop. No, I'm not helping you. No. Okay. We're gonna just convert a bunch of this stuff. We got one left. Do that one. Bada bing. Let's take a look at what people have on offer today. Scrap peddler. Scrap peddler. What do you got? Not much. I'm running low. Steel is okay. Leather is okay. Wood is okay. I have no gold. So we'll buy 3 gold just as principal. Okay. Huntress, what have you got on offer today? You do have that. And you have orange. I'm buying that. Yeah, orange. We got orange. Okay, we're buying that. Okay, goodbye. And let's go talk to Oscar in the no sound area. Let's talk to him about Thesson. No one knows. Oh, there are rumors. He killed his wife. She killed him. They killed each other. Slandering the name of a good man, that's what it is. All for the sake of idle gossip. I wouldn't believe a thing you hear. Folks just like the sound of their own voice. Okay. Ooh. The Turning Scent. It's 100. A major sword part book teaching the following sword part designs. Pommel. I want it. I want it. I'm getting it. Okay. Actually, do I have anything I can sell? I do. That's okay. Goodbye, carpenter. I have no money. Alright, it's the end of the day. We need to go do some things. We should probably go talk to an ironmonger. We have the Marigors. There's the Bloody Cloaks. Let's go talk to an ironmonger. If we can. We have to find him is the problem. Citadel Square, the beating heart of Iron Keep. Market stalls trace a colorful maze around its perimeter. Above it all, the high citadel looms. A juggler has attracted a small crowd. After a moment, you recognize Harvo, who commissioned a blade from you recently. Oh. I mean, Lucas, he still has to get his niece out. I mean, so that's an essential thing. Let's examine the statue. Let's see if we can get a couple of extra things out of here before... The statue atop the central fountain is relatively small, only a little larger than a man, and so weather-beaten you can scarcely make out its features. Whatever it once held aloft has broken off at some point across time's march. Now it's just grasping empty air. Okay, interesting. Let's watch the juggler. Man, game, you are suddenly super loud. What is going on? I bet it might have something to do with the, I'm just going to lower the system sound on it a little bit, because it's still kind of loud. Let's watch the juggler. The blades spin hypnotically through the air as Harvo Nimble Grip delivers his patter. Ladies and gentlemen, witness a dance of death defied. One slip, one moment's distraction, and your humble entertainer might lose his other ear. Watch as I add a fourth. Ah, speaking of which, I spy the very smith who forged this beauty. Everyone, find my workshop in the artisan's corner. Tosses the blade in the air, adding it to the whirl of silver over his head. The crowd whoop and cheer. The performance goes without a hitch, all four blades thrilling and mesmerizing patterns. Harvo catches them on his nose, one by one, then flips them back onto his belt. His upturned cap fills with coins immediately. Come back same time tomorrow. I'm here all week. Cool. I'm inspired. For 2 days. Damn. Damn. That's my diplomacy. Boy. I guess we'll do this. Because we have the bonus. You walk beneath the awnings, keeping an eye out for anyone selling steel. Success! Soon enough, you strike up conversation with a friendly ironmonger at a stall selling pots and pans. Her arms are covered in burn scars from some prior accident in the furnace. I heard someone had moved into Thesson Felber's old forge. How does it keep treating you? Well, I can finally sleep without keeping one eye open. Even inside the walls, you should keep on your toes, or else you might vanish like Thesson did. Do you know what happened to Felber? The ironmonger lowers her voice. Rumor is he got sent to the far mines for murdering his wife. Would explain why she went missing alongside him, but no one's sure. Wouldn't surprise me if that were true. Old Thesson had a temper. His black moods wound up in black eyes for the poor old woman. Can I buy steel from you? Well, of course. That's my trade. I did the same for Thesson when he was around. I can already tell you'll be more pleasant to deal with. Cool. Oh. Am I really that low on funds? Okay. We'll meet with Lucas. Lucas sits outside the fallen doe, deep in conversation with richly dressed men in silk brocade. I thought I had 23 left. He sees you approach, he waves him away. How can I help you, my friend? How can I help you, my friend? Have you figured out how to get Chev into the city? I tried calling in favors, but the marshal's orders are strict. No one's allowed into air and creep without a worker's permit. And to be issued a worker's permit, you need either goods to trade, a valuable skill, or an aptitude for violence, none of which apply to Chevenna. So what next? We're left with only one option, friend. But first, can I trust you? He stares you deeply in the eyes, waiting for an answer. You barely know me. I'm an excellent judge of character. My instincts are telling me you're someone I can rely on. Am I wrong? You can trust me. Good. I'm going to contact the Moth. She's a ringleader of a smuggling band who can get almost anything across the wall. Contraband, yes, but also people. She's a dangerous woman, but she follows the glint of gold. I'm willing to put down a lot of coin to rescue my niece. But I can't risk meeting her alone. Can you accompany me? Tell me more about her. In truth, I don't know more than her sobriquet. She's got a reputation as a ruthless and enterprising criminal, always one step ahead of the city watch. From what I've heard, as long as we don't cross her, she'll deal us amicably. If we cross her, well, better that we don't. I'll back you up. Magnificent. I knew you had a strong heart under that smith's apron. Give me some time to arrange a meeting with her. She's not exactly easy to get a hold of, and I'll need to lean on some more of my less reputable contacts. He tosses some coins on the table, surely enough to pay his tab, and then some, before striding in before the town, whistling to himself. The sun has slipped below the horizon. Curfew draws near. Evening grows chill. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Okay, I have 3 thalers to my name. Wonderful. The crows want something. Area. Okay, so I get 60 crows, 115, and 4 steel. It's going to take 9 steel. Blade length, weight. She wants it light, medium short, fast, sharp, stiff. What does Hendy want? I'm going to try Hendy, because that's a new one. As much as I like getting reputation with the crows. I mean, that's 60. 122. And a Mr. I should do Arias. I can probably get Hendy later. Okay. So a little shorter. It's going to be need to be a little thick. Okay. Thickness. Because I need to keep the stiffness to it. We're going to taper the thickness is what we're going to do. Okay. Wants a narrow point. And point. Cross section. Let's up the width. That gets us that. Speed. Okay. Longer handle for there. It needs to be narrow point. At the point. There we go. freaking balancing act here. Right. Okay. The light down here. Oh. That's a little fucked. Okay. That's better. All right, speed. Let's go to here. And do a hex. There we go. That gets us there. Okay, cool. I knew it would be something like that. So we got some new heads. We got a lion's head. We got some mushrooms. I'll give you a mushroom. Oop. You have a mushroom. It doesn't look good. I don't like that one. Crown. That's cool. That I like. Okay. You got a sword. You have a sword. Nah. Yeah, you got a sword. Here, you can have some fine wood on it. Oh, no. That wood's too heavy. Okay. You got a sword. There you go, Arya. She tests the blade's edge with her teeth, gnawing at the metal. Tastes nice and sharp. Should punch through leather and bone. Is she a goblin? Okay. You got a sword. Oh, ruined helmets. Nice. Okay. We should scrap something. Looks like that. I got those. Yeah. I got pommels. We'll scrap that. And get some steel. Let's see here. Quell. Navigating your way through the heart of Iron Keep, you arrive at the central plaza where traders hawk their wares. Even during the day, the mountain and high citadel throw everything into shadow. At her usual stall stands Quell, the ironmonger, her weathered face breaking into a tired smile as you approach. Ho there, Smith. Good to see you again. What did you think of Thesson, my predecessor? Well, his temperament was foul as curdled milk, but he knew how to make my steel sing. I just pitied his poor wife, but that's not my business to discuss. Point is, he knew his craft. Big boots to fill, Smith. Oh, okay. You got books. You got cool stuff. Want them both. Oh my god. Oh, this is how I get Nippon steel. Okay, well, I need to save up some more money, so I need to hold off. I'm fine on steel at the moment. I don't think these are ever worth it to buy. I'm gonna sell this drum. And these shackles. Because that's decent money. And I'm gonna buy this. Because the weeb in me sings out for it. I'm never selling that. Close. A wooden table, various steel and iron ingots are arranged in neat stacks. Does she have any specific questions I can ask? Oh, yeah. Where are you from, Quell? I was a quartermaster at the garrison at Dredgepike, 40 leagues from here. We held out longer than most after the Sundering. Good walls, strong leadership. We had no trouble keeping plagues and monsters at bay. But walls mean nothing when starvation takes hold. Yeah, that's true. Our little company of starving soldiers struck out for Iron Keep. We started out 2,000 strong, but hunger and the waste whittled us down. Still, the Marshal was pleased to welcome trained warriors with full equipment, provided we joined the Watch and pledge our loyalty. I was able to sneak in among the rank and file, kept my head down, joined the Hansburg League, and eventually they secured me a full citizenship. Where'd you get your ore? There's a rich vein in the Iron Teeth Mountains north of here. You can see the peaks on the horizon from the city wall. Dangerous work. Some go to the mines for the danger pay. Most aren't so willing, not exactly paid. Either way, few return. But without those mines, I'd have no stock and you'd have no forge. Of course, you need to pay your dues to the Hansburg League to have access to the iron supply. Are they okay to work with? They're indispensable. Before the League took me in, I was scrounging for scraps, barely keeping my stall. Now I've guaranteed shipments and protection. A lot of people think the League are corrupt, and there's some folk who abuse their positions, but the mission of the League is to rebuild the world, to stitch together what fragments remain after the voices fell silent. I'm lucky to be part of that. You sound like you're ready to... you really believe in the Houndsburg League's mission statement. You have to understand, for centuries, Iron Keep survived through trade with other cities, with farms, with towns, and guilds. Those things vanished during years of ash, one by one, leaving Iron Keep to fend for itself. The city was ready to wither like the last leaf on a dead tree. Mass King's barrier keeps the city safe, but the League is what keeps it from hunger. Without us, no ore would reach Iron Keep. The logging camps would be in the hands of warlords. The farming district could still be a graveyard. This land once prospered thanks to 1,000 chains of commerce. One by one, those chains were snapped. The League is trying to forge them anew and bring back the world that was. How's business? Booming, thank the fates. Not one challenge. Only challenge is keeping enough stock to meet demand. Not a bad problem to have in these times, eh? Okay, goodbye. Yeah. Cool. Okay. We should end the day. The orphanage. Let's go to Marigor's College and talk to Nimrith the Lower Guard. Ooh. Robed figures cluster in the courtyard, voices raised in spirited debate. Gray hairs stride past with the younger man's vigor. The entire college has the energy of a beehive. Your work-worn clothes couldn't look more out of place among the scholars' pristine robes. A portly man with swept-back, swan-white hair sweeps towards you, radiating irritation.
Are you here about the broken hinge? About time, too. The library gets freezing during the night.
I'm not here about the hinge.
Damn it! Then when is that hinge getting fixed?
He flaps his arms at you irritably.
Who are you, then?
I'm the new swordsmith in Iron Keep.
Good. Wonderful. You're no use to me whatsoever. You can look around if you wish, gawk at some books you have no hope of comprehending. Just don't get in anyone's way.
Don't let appearances fool you. I'm no scholar, but I appreciate a good book. Your words fall into empty air. The scholar has already marched away. Visit the scriptorium. You poke your head into what was once the refectory. Refectory. Now the long tables are occupied by rows of scribes. Each writes in squinting concentration, their hands ink-splotched and blistered, copying reams of text from a tome propped in front of them. A supervisor moves between the tables with a long taper, relighting guttered-out candles. Seeing you, he drifts gracefully over. How may I help you? Where am I? This is the scriptorium. We have over 100 scribes copying text day and night. Do not disturb them. Oh. Who can become a scribe? Anyone whose handwriting is legible. We don't have time to be picky. There is so much work to do. The pay is 40 thalers for one night's labor. If you can hold a pen, find a book, and get to work. Oh, cool. Why are you copying tomes? What we undertake here is nothing less than preservation of civilization itself. We distribute these copies to libraries and other safe outposts far from Iron Keep. Each other library has its own scriptorium and sends us their copies too. Should one library fall, the knowledge abides. Don't many of these books describe a world that no longer exists? You've hit upon the central irony of our work. Maps of lands now submerged, charts of skies now altered, treatises on voices now absent. Nevertheless, we copy them all. Oh. Goodbye. Magisterium. So this is probably... Huh. Whatchamacallit? What's the word? Influence with the Magisterium. We'll approach the library. I need some more water. Doop, doop, doop. Switch out the glass. Doop, doop, doop. The grandest wing of St. Marigor's College houses the vast library. Before reaching the stacks, you must pass through a vestibule where a scholar stands guard. She has a sword at her hip and the lithe build of an athlete. Blah? But what attracts your attention is the horns. A long goat's horns curls from the side of her head. On the other side, a similar horn ends in a broken nub. The Corpus Celestis is open only to friends of the Magisterium. I shall have to ask thee to leave. I'm looking for Nimrith? The horned woman's demeanor changes instantly. Her eyes widen, she bows her head. Thou art the new smith. In that case, I apologize for mine impolite manner. It is I who invited thee to the college. Can I pull up a poster? She gestures towards a board hanging on the wall nearby, plastered with requests and exam results. Thou mayst avail thyself of the notice board. Cool. Ooh. Reputation gained. Okay. You stick up a poster on the board beside the library door. Maybe some scholars will decide that in these troubled times, the pen isn't mightier than the sword after all. You need my help? Indeed. She fixes you with a very serious gaze. As thou canst imagine, the Magisterium doth require a vast quantity of paper. To that end, we operated a paper mill in the artisan's quarter. Alas, it hath been burned to its very ashes, and we know an arsonist is to blame. How can you be sure it's arson? We found the arsonist's corpse in the ruin of the mill. Oh. Burned to the blackest of bones, she failed to escape the very flame she set. Alas, we have not ascertained her motive. How can I help? I must show thee something. She carefully pulls a scorched dagger from her belt. This was recovered from the body, almost too badly burned to be of use, but I thought a swordsmith could learn something from what we could not. Examine the singed dagger. The dagger is too scorched to glean anything of note. You'll need to clean it at the forge. Very well. Please, take the dagger and return when thou hast been able to examine it properly. Why you got horns? I assure thee, I am perfectly uninteresting. Horns? When I was a child, I fell from a tree and split my head open on a rock. I was rushed to the temple where an anointed invoked the voice of Yotha to save my life. Of course, Yotha had a sense of humor and liked to leave his mark on those he heals. She taps the horn on her head with a slight smile. Did you ever feel resentment to the voice for making you sprout a horn? Not at all. The priest told me it was a sign of his favor. I worshipped the voice of Yotha for many years until the sundering. Huh. His was a song of merriment as well as healing, and even in my most melancholy moods, a visit to one of his residence halls would leave me feeling uplifted. When he vanished, I felt it immediately, an aching emptiness in my soul where once there had been warmth. So, from what I'm gathering, people in this world used to have, like, direct, open communication with the gods, and then whatever the sundering was basically cut them off from it. So it's like a wall was put up, a divine wall was put up, cutting people off from the gods. Huh. How did you come to join the Magisterium? I arrived in Therabon by the ocean as a refugee, and I quickly impressed the scholars there with my knowledge of obscure text. I was accepted into the magisterium immediately. I chose to train as a lore guard, rather than devote my life entirely to study. Once my training was complete, I was sent here to Aaron Keep to watch over this iteration of the Corpus Celestis. Why become guard and not smarty nerd pants? Soon I arrived in Theraban by the ocean. Some debased villains at the library. Soon after I arrived in Theraban by the ocean, some debased villains at the Library of Fire. A great number of priceless books were burned to ash. She shudders as though the memory is physically painful. The sight of that blaze haunts my dreams. In that moment, I swore I would protect the surviving text of the corpus with my life. I signed up to the lore guard the next morning. Yeah, why you talk funny? She gestures to the goat horn that emerges, gnarled and twisting from one side of her head. Because of this, the other children bullied me mercilessly. I spent my formative years curled up in the library. Its books were 2 centuries old or more. I fell into a habit of speaking like this, a habit which doth prove hard to break. Huh. Must have been awful to be the subject of such mockery. It was, but I at least was granted the power of a fearsome headbutt, which kept the other children about. Damn! Okay. I have some questions about the arson. What wouldst thou know? Other than the dagger, were there any other personal effects left behind? Nothing. The body was reduced to a charred skeleton. Okay. How did the culprit trap themselves in the burning mill? She chose to linger for a time after she set the blaze. Why, I know not. A collapsing beam blocked her escape and sealed her fate. I've heard that a lot of arsonists are actually, like undiagnosed pyromaniacs. And they tend to stay behind to admire their work, or what they did. I do not pity her. She set back the work of the Magisterium a year or more. Can you, who had access to the mill? Anyone of Archivist Adept rank or higher had a key. None were reported stolen. Ah. Can you be sure the arsonist was acting alone? Nay, we know very little at this juncture. Were there any unusual events in the days leading up to the fire? None. All know that the Magisterium are in good standing with the Masked King. Few dare impose on us, lest they answer to his justice. That's everything. Goodbye. Let's seek the provost, since it's letting us. You find the provost's office by the library. Inside, a familiar figure hunches behind a desk heaped high with scrolls.
Ah, if it isn't the smith who's too proud to fix a hinge.
Yeah. Requires higher faction rank with the Magisterium.
I'm too busy to deal with everyone who comes in here seeking to trade, Smith. Come back when you've proven yourself worth my time.
Okay, goodbye. You walk home through the moonlit streets of Horizon Hill. The old residence halls, emptied of song, now serve as sleeping quarters and marketplaces. Gargoyles watch from above, their grotesque features mocking those below. Huh. That's interesting. Okay. Anything new? Caswin? Yeah, let's get back to work. Okay. So Rethius. What's this? Oh. Hang on. We got, yeah. So we're gonna look at the Scorched Dagger. A dagger scorched from the smoldering ruins of a paper mill. Though scorched black, it's the only clue to the identity of the arsonist. We're gonna salvage it. Receive clean dagger. Now that the Scorched Dagger has been cleaned, you can examine it properly. Take a close look. Knowledge of 70. Cool. Holding the dagger to the light, you can see wave patterns in the metal. A technique of folding iron and steel together that creates a blade both sharp and strong. Similar to Damascus, probably. Bum-ba-da-da. You recognize the pattern at once. It is a characteristic of smiths from Orlin, where these specific methods were closely guarded and passed down through generations. This is something Nimrith would surely be pleased to know. So, Orlin. Interesting. Huh. Okay. Rethius with the Magisterium. Impact, sharpness, heavy hand, one-handed, regular point, yeah, medium. A young man shuffles into your forge. Squinting in the dim light, he wears the robes of a scholar, though the frayed hem suggests they were required secondhand. Good morning. Is this the smithy? I need, well, a blade. Something long and sharp. Why? I'm only an archivist aspirant. I'm not technically a scholar yet. But that's not your point, is it? I've got a problem. The kind of problem only a sword can solve. Okay. I have so many books to read if I'm to pass my exams. Thick, weighty tomes that require the utmost concentration. But I live outside the college, in the Merkside slums, and my upstairs neighbor... He shudders, running his fingers through his lank hair. He's up at all hours of the night, singing, stamping, shouting. I can't get a moment's peace. It's a ruckus. All night, every night. I get no sleep. I can't focus. Yes, it's a problem only a sword can solve. You intend to kill him? Not kill, no. I just want to threaten him a bit. Maybe then I'll get some peace. Can I make him a blunt sword? He wants it super sharp. Okay, well, I need money, and reputation is dog, so we gotta up our rep. Bump. Okay. Super long. It needs to be thicker because it needs impact. Yep. Currently at 0.8. Let's make it 0.9. Let us do the point. He wants a regular point. There we go. Okay. Think if I taper the thickness. Okay, let us cross-section the crap out of this. Let's make it a little bit wider, actually. That should help out a little bit with the stiffness, or the impact, I mean. Okay, cross-section. Ah! Damn it. Oh. Shit. That's not what I wanted. Width, please. There we go. It's gonna be a weird one-handed blade, but okay. You can have Zwei Trendles, I guess. And then heavy hand, end caps. Oh, these are fun. Curiosity of the Wild. Sledge. Fun. Okay. Bop. Oval, smaller, taper slim. Yep. And could give you horse head on it. Nah. Yeah, there you go. Let's play with you a little bit. Narrow you up. Make it nice and wide. Narrow you up. There we go. Not bad. Not bad. Yeah, that's good. It's gonna be just pointy and 1990. Pointy birds, pointy. Anoint my head, anointy. Rethius holds the sword carefully, like he's afraid it might bite. After a moment, his grip steadies.
It's lighter than I expected.
He attempts an awkward thrust, nearly dropping it, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment.
This will do the job, I think. Maybe I need some practice first.
Maybe talk to your neighbor without a sword in your hand first, buddy.
Don't you think I've tried that? The bastard laughed in my face. Well, I'll give him something to laugh about.
Jesus. She uses the sword clumsily and heads for the door.
I can't wait to finally get some silence. Some blessed silence.
Okay, man. Alright. Sure. Give me my money and my reputation. Thanks. Level 9! Hooray. What do I want? Oh. What does this take? You need help to unlock this skill. Oh. Okay. Polishing. Unlocks the ability polishing. Salvaging. Salvage yield is increased. Engraving materials. I can now highlight engraved materials. Side folders with rounded ends. Okay. I want to do polishing. And then I think we'll do side folders after that. And then engraving. And then the others. So polishing. Cool. I'm inspired. You're cracking with energy, bringing with ideas. Increases your earned XP and diplomacy. Oh. Marwyn. This is the big sword I have to do. Blade length. Impact. Sharpness. Stiffness. Leather. One-handed. Narrow point. Use the mysterious sigil. Huh. Weird. We'll go ahead and salvage this. And then I don't really have enough money to really do anything with. So we'll end the day. And go look around. Orphanage. Let's go back to the college. And this might get us some more rep. St. Marigor's College is as busy as an upturned anthill. Scholars bustle in the courtyard or hunch on benches over a borrowed tome. A few reserve suspicious glares for the newcomer in the work-worn clothes. Hey, Nimrath!
Greetings. How may I be of help?
The dagger is Oraline craftsmanship. Their smiths produce distinctive wave patterns in the steel, or rather they did before the sundering.
Sterling worksmith. I thank thee for thy services. That is a thread I can pull as I search for more information on the culprit.
She takes the dagger and carefully wraps it in cloth.
The Magister...
Ooh, 60 experience, or 180 experience, 60 rep. Nice.
The Magister shall be informed of thine efforts, and since thou hast proven thyself most reliable, mayhap I shall pay thy forge a visit some day soon. My current blade is worn and tired, and has earned an honorable retirement.
Ooh. What if I tried to push past you? What you gonna do, read a book at me?
Do not let my academic countenance fool thee. I have trained 6 years in the art of steel. I can draw my blade and strike thine head from thine shoulders as quick as the turn of a page.
Okay.
She rests her hands casually on the pommel of her sword. The shift of muscle under her robe suggests she's not joking.
Oh, I like a woman that can kick my ass.
Magisterium would not have come this far if we relied on words and ink to keep us safe.
Okay, goodbye. We talk to the provost now? I did a bunch of work for you. Oh. Oh. I got a 50% chance to make some money. We'll do that. We'll try it. Roll them dice. Ah, I made some money. Each letter requires concentration. Every line must be spaced with care. Twice you make errors that require you to carefully scrape away the ink with a small knife. The night wears on. Your fingers twist into claws, but your lettering remains neat. The supervisor nods with approval. $40! As the moon rises, the scholars show no sign of slowing down, working by candlelight. But you must return to your forge before curfew makes travel impossible. I made some money. $40. $40, not bad. $40. What do we got? I don't have enough to do Marwin. Lincoln. 79, 5, and 1. 131, 11, and mystery. Excuse me. It's a fair amount of requirements. This gets me more rep with the crows. A bunch of money, silver, horseshoe, and a cartwheel, and 660 experience. How is my rep doing with people? I should probably do that and get to the rank 1 with the crows. I think that's what I'll do. This will use up all my energy. So, it requires 18 steel. I definitely have that. Blade length 44 and 64. Okay. Balance 58 and 78. Impact, speed, mobility, sharpness, hand and a half, regular point. Okay. A young crow swaggers in, covered in filth and scars. First time in Iron Keep, and I was told you're the one to go to. Nice here in civilization, ain't it? Nice and soft, like a pig's belly. Need something that'll make these city folk piss themselves, sharp enough to gut the man proper. Alright. Sure, dude. Length. Okay. Right in the middle of blade length. Okay. Doesn't care about stiffness, thank God. Balance. Control it by altering the weight of the hilt and the blade. So we're at 0.88. Let's taper the thickness. Okay. Okay, don't do that. Okay. Point. What's a regular point? Okay. Thickness. No, it's... Okay. Cross section. Okay. Speed. Okay. Let's see what we can do. Hand and a half grip. Place a grip part, then grab the handle at the end to make it longer or shorter. Oh! Use one long or two short grip parts to achieve a hand and a half grip. Cool. Neato burrito. We'll do a square cross. Maybe something else. I can do subas now. Cool. Let's do a square Suba if we're gonna do a Suba. Falling petal, hollow path. Oh yeah. Okay. We'll do. Do we have just a straight hex? There we go. Oh. Why can I bend it? I don't know how I feel about that. Hand and a half. Okay. Why is the point fucked? There we go. Oh, okay. Balance now. Fuck. Control it by altering the weight of the hilt and the blade. Shit. Okay. Let's do the big swai. Okay, we might be able to get this. The hell? Can we do another one of these? It's gonna fuck with the speed. Damn it! Okay. Weird. Okay. It's always a balancing act. Hey, there we go. We did it. So let's put you up there. That looks a little bit regular. Okay. I guess that works. Now I just need an end cap. Okay. Alright. This is a weird ass sword. Oh wait, now I can polish. How do I polish you? Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, so I can't polish the main sword. I can polish the other parts though. Oh hell yeah. So that looks dope. Cool. Shiny. What if I do this? Does this fuck with anything? Oh, okay. That's a little bit nicer. We got ourselves a shiny sword. Shiny sword. There you go, Joshin. Snatches the blade and immediately makes a few savage practice cuts through the air. This city might be full of milk bloods, but at least you know how to forge a proper blade. Not many weapons like this left in the world outside these walls. Time to see if these arena fights are worth it. Okay. Shiny. Cool. Rep, go up. Rank 1 with the crows. Okay. So what does that do for me? I don't know. So I'm back up to 326. Let's go look at Quell's stuff, because she had some books. So she's got now diamond grips. And teaching the following sword part designs. Connector. What? I can make stuff pretty. I'm gonna get both because it's only 100 for both. Cool. Goodbye. Oh, hold on. How much? Oh, I'm getting low on steel. We gotta buy some steel. I'll take us down to 96. Oof. Goodbye. Who else? I don't want to really spend any more money yet. In the day. And we'll explore. Orphanage, the arena. A new vendor is available. Thanks to my reputation. Oh, we're going there.
The arena.
Okay. Two fighters circle each other in a pit of sand. The crowd hoot like monkeys and bay like dogs, desperate for the first splash of crimson. Welcome to the arena. This former priory once venerated a voice that sang of serenity and peace. Now it's a brutal fighting pit where gladiators spill blood for the amusement of nobles. The fight ends. A body is dragged away. The wait until the next will surely be torture. Put up a poster. Couldn't think of a more eager clientele. You put up a poster outside the gladiators' armory, ensuring they'll see your name every time they collect their weapons. Ooh, free, 30 free reputation. Look around. The arena caters primarily to the wealthiest citizens of Arran Keep, and it shows. Hogs turn on spits, filling the air with delicious smoke. Meat. Waiters stand by with expensive bottles. A bookmaker takes bets from an eager crowd. Talk to the bookmaker. Oh! The bookmaker's shimmering golden tattoos contrast starkly with her dark brown skin. Greetings. The name is Aness, and no, I won't spell it for you, but I will forgive you if you pronounce it wrong. I haven't seen your face around here before. Spelling error. I'm the new swordsmith. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm sure you'll find many eager customers within these walls. Do you know anything about Dassin? I heard he killed his wife or something. Got sent to the far mines. They'll work him until he's nothing but bones and hate. I have some questions. Go ahead. Who runs this place? It's set up by the marshal. The man loves a good fight. He's here most nights, but his booth is private and guarded by a dozen watchmen. I'm the one who actually keeps the place running. He gets the lion's share of the profits, but I do quite well out of it. Who should I bet on? Marwyn the Mad is the current champion, a monster in human skin who hasn't lost a single bout despite everything we've thrown at him. We're trying to persuade Dread Kazakh, the previous champion, to come out of retirement to face him. Other than him, there's a few up-and-coming gladiators making names for themselves. There's Luthi Unyielding, Bold Duranda, Ezra Flameblade. Bright prospects if they don't die. Didn't this used to be like a priory? Correct. Before the sundering this was a place of silence and contemplation, dedicated to the voice of Hail Thalor, the art in torment, she who sung the song of serenity. She comes back, she's gonna be pissed. But she's been gone a long time. The priory was abandoned. We just put it to good use. Even if the songs are gone, it feels blasphemous. This used to be a place of peace. The world used to be a place of peace. A lot has changed. There's no such thing as blasphemy, not anymore. We chose this place for the layout. After we tore up the gardens and threw down some sand, it made for the perfect coliseum. That's all there is to it. Goodbye. Speak to the quartermaster. Ivor Tilt, so named for his wooden leg, waits in the arena's armory. He stumps back and forth, testing the edges of blades and polishing breastplates. You're the new smith, aye? Yeah. He pauses, looking you up and down. His demeanor shifts subtly as he gives an approving nod. Heard a lot about you, Smith. Good things. Got a feeling we can do business together. Come back during the day when I have more time. Okay. Quartermaster? Hello again, Smith. If you want to do business, come see me during the day. I'm busy with the fights right now. God damn. I guess we'll watch a fight? A jester tumbles and pratfalls, attempting to placate spectators between fights, but every caper draws a chorus of boos. Wait. At last, the first gladiator steps into the ring. He paces like a tiger, eyes wild, muscles pulsing in his neck, thrusting his sword fiercely skyward while the crowd chants his name.
I am death given life.
You recognize him, Marwyn the Crow, causing trouble at the steady stay. Zoness announces him, her strident voice carrying over the cheers. Everyone, welcome back to the one, the only, Marwyn the Mad, undefeated over 36 bouts. Can he make it 37? We've stopped taking bets on whether he'll win. Instead, we only ask how long his opponent survives. And speaking of his opponent, Marwyn's opponent steps into the ring. A fighter as tall and broad-shouldered as Marwyn and better armored, yet somehow he shrinks in the champion's presence. Introducing Albert Husk, self-proclaimed Knight of the Wasteland. How long can he stand against our champion? 1 minute? 5? Ladies and gentlemen, place your bets now. I'm just going to watch the fight. I don't have money to bet with. You find a good vantage point. A bell toll starts the fight. Before the bell's peal has faded, Marwyn is halfway across the arena, sword drawn, moving so fast he's little more than a blur. Albert staggers back in shock, raising his axe in a last-second parry. Marwyn's blade clashes with the haft of the axe. Albert takes a retaliatory swing, but the axe is far too slow. Marwyn shifts aside as casually as a man stepping over a pothole before resuming his relentless attack. Two men weave back and forth, trading blows. Albert is making Marwyn sweat. Time and again, the axe swings down and even comes close to cleaving Marwyn in two, but Marwyn's reflexes are impossibly quick, and every time he manages to dodge. At last, a frustrated Marwyn launches into a frenzied attack. He unleashes a storm of jabs and slashes upon his opponent. Most in the crowd miss the decisive strike, only realizing the fight has ended when Albert collapses, a red stain spreading from a deep wound. Ladies and gentlemen, a new record. Albert Husk kept Marwyn at bay for 12 minutes and 15 seconds. Let's have a round of applause for the deceased. Crowd roars and stamps. Marwyn makes his exit, vanishing under the arches with a scowl. Did fortune favor you today? Come see me to collect your due. Step away. Attendants have already dragged away the corpse of Albert Husk. All that's left is the patch of blood-stained sand. The crowd go back to carousing. Exit. Savage noise, the howling for blood, fades under the bustle of the city as you leave the priory. Interesting. What the hell is this guy gonna sell me? I guess I just permanently have 9 now. Anything new with you, Kaz? Nope. Okay. Maybe I have 9 now because of Kazwin. So 4... Okay, I've definitely taken you. Ivor. He sells gold. In the light of the full day, the arena is quiet. Its overlooking balconies empty except for a couple of sweeps. In the pit, a pair of gladiators trade blows with practiced weapons. The arena's quartermaster can be found in the shadows, leaning against one of the arches. Behind him is a storeroom stacked with shields, swords, spears, and other instruments of death. He watches a combat drill with his craggy brow furrowed, face wreathed in smoke from his pipe. When he spots you, he rumbles something halfway between a grunt and a cough. He lumbers over, dragging his wooden leg through the dust, and extends a hand in greeting.
The new smith. Pleasure.
Did you happen to know Thessenfelber?
He was a friend. Why?
I'm investigating his disappearance.
Well, don't believe the gossip. Dessen didn't kill his wife. Didn't kill himself neither, nor flee to the wastes, nor get sent to the far mines. Dessen's still alive somewhere. Wife too. I feel it in my bones.
You have any evidence?
Just a feeling.
Thank you. What do you got? Okay, so he sells gold. Crest of Yanayo. Quillian Block. Crest of Yanayo, Horns of Yanayo, Horn Sheath, Thorned Horn, and 7 more. Definitely not the money for it. Volume 2. Okay. So he's got 2 cool sounding books. Muttering obscenities, Yvor stamps into a storeroom, dragging his wooden leg. The walls bristle with weapons, but there are other items that interest you more. Other questions?
Speak then.
Never mind. I'll talk to him later. Goodbye. Okay. Masked woman. A shape hovers at your doorway, uncertain. After a moment, a woman steps into the light, her eyes and nose concealed beneath a plain clay mask. I need a blade. Small, sharp, easily hidden. She pulls back the sleeve of her dress, revealing a leather bracer with narrow sheaths sewn into the lining. It must fit here, invisible until needed. Why hide your face? Why mask?
It suits my purposes that you do not know who I am. I trust you do not need to be on first-name terms with all your customers, Smith. No, I don't. He only needs 7. Ooh, yeah, we're doing this. Twisted grips. What's the blade for? Protection. What specifications do you need? Sharp, flat, small. Nothing that creates a bulge under fabric. And Smith, make it very, very sharp. It should be able to slide between ribs without effort. Okay, you're gonna kill somebody, but alright. Okay. Tiny. Needs to be small. Thickness. Super thin. Can we taper the thickness? Can we make it even? Nope. Taper thickness. I don't think so. Didn't do anything. Okay. Width. Let's do... Nice supple blade. Cross section. Bip, bop, bip, bop, bip, bop, bip, bop. Point. Super pointy. Let's give it a smooth fuller that runs kind of short. Okay. Oh! Polished blade. That's how you do the blade polish. Cool. Dope. Dude, look at that. That's hot. That's how you do the polish. Okay. That's sick. Okay. Let's just do like a little quillion block. And then boop. Like that. And then what can we do for a Klondike bar? What do we want to do here? No. Maybe just a simple pommel? No. Maybe just a ring. Ring would be nice. You know, almost like a throne blade that way. I wish I could just have like a decent sized end cap to put on it. I don't really have anything. But what about just a ferrule? Do we have any small ferrules we can put on? Oh no, that still extends the end of it. Although that wouldn't be too bad. That would help break it up a little bit. And let's... Oh, no, not what I meant to do. And... There we go. It's okay. I need to get some smaller pommels. And then she wants a leather. We'll make it black. Smooth. Yeah. Yeah. Look at that. Super shiny. And then, you go steel.
polish the heck out of it. Make it shiny. Look at that. Well, that's a shiny boy. Cool. So we can do the super polish now. Now that's a good assassin dagger. That's a good sneak 'em. That's sneak 'em. Masked woman slides the blade from its sheath in one smooth motion. As it gleams in the sunlight, she practically purrs with delight. So sharp it'll barely kiss the skin as it slides into the false heart beneath. With practiced movements, she slips the blade into her sleeve. Fine work. If the city watch asks where you got that blade, don't mention my name. Her laughter is as cold as a Hythen spring. Fear not, Smith. If all goes to plan, I won't see the inside of a cell. She adjusts her mask once, then walks to the door. Her footsteps make no sound as she slips into the street and is gone. I sneak 'em, all right. Look at that sneaky dagger. Look at this. It's smooth. I got twisted grips. Okay. Do I want to stay? I don't need to scrap anything. I mean, I could scrap all that and that. I'm getting low. Hang on. Is there any that we should take? What's Ezek? Gets me 138 4 steel, but it's going to use 22 steel. He wants gold. No, we're going to salvage today instead. Because that ups our steel, gets us some wood, and gets us through the end of the day. Okay, end the day. So we did make a profit again. The orphanage, we can explore that a little bit. I want to go to the Lost City, because that would give us a chance to maybe explore and talk to the Bloody Cloaks. So we'll go to the Lost City. We haven't been in a long time. Oh, a drink of water. A gang of grizzled warriors have newly set up camp at the Lost City's edge. Their swords and axes gleam red in the ruddy light of the bonfire. We're going to search the ruins. You find a temple tucked away from the main thoroughfare, its entrance cleared of rubble. The interior is largely empty, except an altar splattered with dried black blood. A slice of sky peers through a crack in the dome above. As you walk through the temple, you notice a coil of incense twisting up from the steps leading down to the crypt. Somewhere below, you hear barely audible chanting. Retreat! Oh, well, that doesn't let me talk to the crows. Okay. Last time I went down there, I got murdered. What do we have today? Jacques, Julian, and Hendy. Jacques. 77, 2 silver, 5 steel. Okay. Mobile, sharp. One-handed, regular point. Julian. Mobile, sharp, long, lightweight. 115. That's pretty good. 6 leather. Hendy. 215. Ooh. You're distracted from your work by the sound of giggling. Looking up, you see a hulking man hunched in your doorway, staring at you with an unnatural intensity.
The name's Hendy. I need a sword. I can pay.
Given his height and broad shoulders, the man's voice is pitched incongruously high. Oh. Name's Hendy. I need a sword. I can pay. His filth-spiked beard and dirty nails give you the impression of a man whom hygiene is an alien concept. What do you need a sword for? Man cocks his head, stalking towards you and leaning uncomfortably close. His breath reeks of the sewer. There's dust in the air, my friend. Dust which gets into your pores. Makes you think things. The Masked King unleashed the dust in order to control our minds. He wants to build a castle from our bones. You're mad. I'm surrounded by folk who are full of dust. I need to cut them apart, let the dust out of their veins. They'll thank me when I put them back together. You need help, not a blade. When I look to the sky, Smith, I see channels of sifting dust cast over our city like a net. We're just flies trapped in his web. Hendy, I'm not making you a sword. 215 thalers, though. 500. I'm not making a sword for Handy. He's insane. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it, chat. Handy can fuck off. Guess I'll do one for Julianne. I mean, like, $200 is not bad, but he's got a lot of requirements, and he's insane. This I recoup 5 steel back. But this is more money. We need more money. 10 of them, that's 50. Honestly, this one's a little bit better because I recoup some of my profits back. Okay. Length. Hi, kitty. Hi. Are you a kitty? A kitty has come to visit and say hello. Okay. Up. We're gonna make it a little bit wider. Thickness. And needs a regular point. And cross section. Oh, what else can we do that's fun? Let's give it a big old long fuller. Make it go nice and wide. And we're gonna polish the hell out of it. We'll do like 50% polish. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Okay. Yeah, 50%. Nice standard sword. So he wants turning scent. Okay. Yeah, alright. He wants it to be one-handed. Get on the frickin' thing. What the hell? Okay. And give you an octagonal pair. There you go. Just a nice sharp sword. Nothing too fancy. Put a little engraving on the end here. I don't see why not. You a little engraving. It's a circle. There's a big circle on it. It's like that. That one. Give me that. He's angry! There you go, Jackass.
Perfect. Unremarkable to look at, but I can tell it's quality work. I wasn't here, you didn't see me.
Alright.
He's angry.
Do I have anything I can salvage? Yes. I can salvage that. All them books. Twisted grips. Okay. I guess I can sharpen some swords. Ooh, that's fun. Okay. Let's make it just a little wider. Make it a little thinner. And then cross section the bejeebus out of it. There we go. And we're gonna make it shiny. Nice and shiny for ya. And then we gotta go do a new point. There you go. Well, this is a shiny sword. Look at that. He's nice and shiny now. 100%. 100% shiny. Super shiny. All the shiny. And Gleambow the sword. Wow, this is great. Thanks. It's Gleambow the sword. Okay, let's do some more. Same person. More swords. All right. Point. There you go. Thickness. Make it a little thinner. Make it a little wider. And then cross section. Trash that. Cross section. There we go. I'm gonna widen the shit out of this sword. Oh, okay. There you go. And make it shiny. Gotta make them shinies. Not too shiny on this one, I think. 50%. We'll go a little. 60%. There you go. Done. Alright, we got one more. Lujos. Alright. Ooh. One of these guys. Well, it's almost already got a narrow point to it. What the hell? There you go. Narrow this down. Widen it out. There you go. What? There you go. Make him shiny. Can we make it duller? No. Okay. We're gonna start the shine there. Okay. There you go, bud. God, just snap right there.
Useless sword.
Okay. We got some money. Okay. I guess we'll end the day. Go back. Try and talk to the crows. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Ba-bum. Ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-bum. Approach the warrior's encampment. Drunken voices of the plucking of lute strings carry through the dusty air of the lost city. Warriors in stained cloaks cavort around a blazing bonfire, yelling defiance at the contemptuous stars above. But the armored sentries of the camp's borders are dead sober. They let you through after patting you down for weapons. Lounging beside the bonfire is a man with an eye patch and a mane of shaggy black hair, plucking skillfully at a lute. Two enormous dogs, or perhaps wolves, sleep at his feet. Despite his relaxed posture, he emits an air of immense menace. When he speaks, his voice is gravel and thunder. Hang on, then.
Bold of you to come out here and meet us alone. I like boldness. Fear makes for a dull world. Come, sit by the fire here, have a drink, and listen to my song.
Okay. Grab a bottle and sit. The searing strength of the alcohol is enough to strip the flesh from your tongue. The man with the lute grunts his approval. Gently set the bottle aside. No one seems to notice. Man's fingers dance over his lute. The tune is unbearably melancholy. In the flickering firelight, his craggy features take on a monstrous cast. As he plays, the surrounding warriors raise their voices in a solemn, drunken song. They sing of a hard journey to a distant land, of a vast serpent whose coils strangle the firmament, of a lover left behind, buried in ash. As the tune dies, the dogs, or perhaps wolves, raise their heads and howl. Yeah, hi, kitty. Come here. You want to say hi? You want to say hi? Momo? Meow. 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 You a good baby? You a bad baby? You an angry grandma? You hate me? Okay. I got you. There you go. Go on then. Go find your seat. Gosh. Grumpy grandma. The eye patch man raises his head with them and adds a howl to their chorus, then grins in your direction.
You like that?
I've never heard that song before.
Wrote it myself.
He flicks a hand in lazy greeting.
The name's Silas Kernigan. These are my bloody cloaks. The hardest band of bastards and blackguards you'll ever be fortunate enough to meet. Who might you be to come wandering into the bloody cloaks camp?
I am the swordsmith. Silas raises an eyebrow.
Most folks who live in the keep, they stay there for life, like clams in their shells. Maybe the more adventurous ones will take a drink at the den. They don't leave the protection of the king's barrier to come peck in the dust with us crows. You're interesting. And we always need a good swordsmith. Why don't you stay a while?
Are those dogs or wolves? Bow. I'm right here. You can sit with me. Come here. Bah. Bah. You need me to poke ya? I poke the kitty. Eh. 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 Go sit on your chair.
A bit of both, I reckon. They've got a wolf's wildness to 'em, but a dog's like a sense. Wolves are apt to run from a fair fight. These beasts will attack a dragon if I tell them to.
As if agreeing with his point. Hi. One of the beasts lifts its scarred muzzle and shows its teeth in a silent snarl. What brings a band like yours to the Lost City?
What else? There's work to be done.
He taps his nose, a dark gleam in his eye.
Blood on the breeze, violence brews in Iron Keep. Can you smell it? Rich pickings for the likes of us, I reckon. Don't ask me how I can tell. The nose knows, I goes where I goes.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna go. Leave the warriors to their fire and songs. The sound of Silas's lute fades into the night, though his wolves' howls carry further. The sentries watch you go, hands on their weapons to the last. I guess I'll search for some some valuables. We got an old alehouse again. It's collapsed. Look elsewhere. Move on. Come across a counting house where merchants once hoarded coins and tracked debts. It squats like a petrified toad between grander buildings, its faded paint flaking like dead scales. Doors blocked by a slab of fallen stone as big as a man. I'll roll the dice. Hey, we did it! Sweat pouring down your back, you manage to move the slab, inch by inch. Slipping through the gap you created, you find that most of the rooms hold only empty strongboxes. But in the cellar, beneath some loose flagstones, you find a cache of gold ingots. Some clerk's hidden embezzlement, never retrieved. You receive 7 gold. Back to the outskirts. For just a moment. Yeah, you crack statue. You breathe a sigh of relief. Back to the forge. I found some gold!
A new day has dawned.
I gotta pee. So we'll be right back. Just hang tight for a second. I'll make sure to click back on the game so you have some audio. Hold on. Chat, you want to know why my cat was freaking out? Why she was being so vocal? Any guesses? Because she could see the bottom of her food bowl. 1 square inch of the bottom of the bowl was visible. So she thought she's going to starve. Yeah. Yep. And now she's fine. Now she's happy as a clam, digging over on her spot. Ay, 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 ay. Okay. We have 191. Let's see, who do we have? Don't have enough resources. I want to do these.
Marwin.
I can't do it yet. Luhos. Finicky. Ooh. Applications of reason. What? A boy bursts through the door and slams it behind him. He's clutching a leather bundle to his heaving pigeon chest. Smith, please, I need your help. There's no time. He glances at the door, then grabs your arm and pulls you deeper into the forge. Away from the window, he unwraps the leather bundle to reveal a pristine military blade. I need a sword made, a perfect copy of this one. That's a fine blade you got there, buddy. I know. My father carried this sword when he fought for the Golden Heresy in the Discordant War. His heroism was so great, the voices themselves sang to him. He forged this blade after they took him deep into the reverie. Last night, 3 masked men burst into our house and demanded we give it to them. They knew exactly what they were looking for. Luckily, we keep it well hidden, but they threatened all sorts of reprisals if we didn't hand it over by week's end. If I can give them a duplicate, perhaps they'll leave us alone. What did your father think of this? He won't give it up. Says he'll fight them, but he can barely lift it anymore. When the voices went silent, a part of him died too. Who are these masked people? I don't know. They knew his name, knew about the sword, knew exactly which campaigns he fought in. They said they'd return at week's end, and if we didn't have a sword ready to give them, they'd make us wish for death. Your father was a hero in the Discordant War? Well, a hero to the Golden Heresy. If you fought for the Covenant, he was a demon. He held the bridge at Maiden's Crossing for 3 days, just him and his regiment against an army twice their size. Now we can't even hold a spoon steady. Time's a bastard. What do you need from me? Make a copy. Close enough to fool them in the moment. I'll leave you the original to study. Please, Smith, the Discordant War was only 12 years ago, but to most people it feels like ancient history after all the horrors of the Sundering. They couldn't care less if my father slew a saint or held a bridge. He was a hero, but now he's forgotten. He's a forgotten old man without 2 coins to rub together. Okay, I don't get any money, but I get a book. Okay, but I remember. He deserves some dignity in his final days. He deserves to die with his pride intact. We're doing it. We get a book and a question mark. Okay, so blade length, impact, sharpness, stiffness, leather, narrow point. Okay, we can do this. Length. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 da da ba 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 da ba 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 da ba 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 da ba 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 ba. Okay. Thickness. Start it there. Hollow cross section of fullers to keep the weight low. Okay, let's add a fuller before we do anything else. Make it run most of the length of the blade. Okay. Width. Let's make this blade a little wider, because it's going to have a narrow point to it. Point. Okay. Cross section. Where are you? There we go. Do that. Paper thickness. Damn it. Cross section. Okay, what if we get rid of the fuller? Ups the thickness a little bit more. Let's widen the blade. There we go. Now, can we have a fuller? With a little bit of class? There we go. And we're gonna polish it. Let's do like 75% polish. Okay. Okay. And what are these? I don't want to use too much steel, so let's do twisted grip. And maybe a riser or two on here. We need an end cap. Bada bing. Then we need to do some leather on this sucker. Holy. Yeah, that looks good. That's a fun sword.
This is the sword of destiny. Destiny.
Finicky runs his fingers along the replica's blade. It's perfect. The twin of my father's old blade. Sure it is. He wraps it carefully in the same leather that held the original. They'll never know. Father will keep his sword and they'll leave with this. What will you tell your father? That they changed their minds, that they heard his name and remembered who he was, that even old lions have teeth. He'll believe it. A lie like that is too comforting to disbelieve. Your father sounds like a good man. For the first time, the boy almost smiles. He was. The war took that man and left us with a shadow, but sometimes, when he holds that sword, I see him again. Thank you for letting him keep that. The boy tucks the wrapped sword under his arm and slips out. Through your window, you watch him run home as shadows lengthen in the street. The sword of destiny is a fake. Applications of Reason, Volume 2. What does that do? Ooh, gets me some new keyons. Cool. For creative decoration only. Your customers are not going to ask for them. Okay, go ahead and salvage that. And we'll end the day. Just lost a little bit of money due to upkeep. I feel like I should go back to the steady stay and get some food. I think we're gonna do that. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Approach the bar.
If it isn't my favorite customer, tell me what's on your mind, my good friend. Or perhaps you want a slice of pie.
I want a pie.
Yes, yes, sit yourself down. Keon, meat and mushroom pie for our guest.
10 minutes later, you're wolfing down a slice of pie. Nom 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 nom. Pie. Well fed. Hooray. I get the impression that Rissel isn't happy here.
Oh, my dear Rissel is never happy. So serious, so somber. That girl has forgotten how to smile since...
He hesitates.
She dreams of impossible things. She simmers like a boiling pot, stewing her regrets until she can taste nothing else. I tell her to just be happy. Life is too short for such brooding. Customers prefer to see a happy face, but she doesn't listen to her papa.
See you later. Rysel, anything new to say? Have you heard any rumors? Nope. Alright. Approach Marwin and his gang. I'm gonna go. Alright. I got a mushroom pie in me. Door creaks open. Finicky slips inside, glancing over his shoulder before pushing it shut. He looks different, older somehow. There's an ugly bruise yellowing on his cheekbone. It worked! They thought it was the real blade? They barely looked at it, snatched it from my hands, and disappeared into the night. I don't know who they were, don't know what they wanted with the war relic, but they're gone now, and Father still has his sword. Tension in his shoulders eases just slightly. What about your dad? No, I told him they heard his name and thought better of it. Even old lions have teeth. Faint smile crosses the boy's face, bittersweet. He believed it. You should have heard him gloating. For a moment it was like the old him was back, and all his power and confidence. What happened with the bruise? What happened? One of them hit me when I handed over the sword. Said it was a reminder to keep my mouth shut. I've had worse. I'm glad it worked out. Me too. I don't know how much time Father has left, but at least he'll spend it with his sword on the wall and his pride intact. Thank you, Smith, for everything. The boy dips his head in gratitude and slips back out into the street. I'm not crying, you're crying. Okay. Walther. We should do Marwin's. I think I should be able to do all this. You mentioned that you had very specific requirements.
Yes, specific.
He hands you a crumpled ball of parchment, stained with what might be wine or blood. Read the parchment. Half the page is taken up with a drawing of a symbol you don't recognize. Below that, Marwin has scribbled an ominous note. You're amazed he can even wield a quill with those battered fists.
Don't disappoint me.
That symbol.
Exactly as I've drawn it. That's what I need you to inscribe on the blade.
Any other specifications? Length, width, weight?
Something with decent weight behind it. A sword fit for a man of my side, but most of all, focus on that symbol.
We're gonna make the Berserk sword. I think we're gonna make the Berserk sword.
And if you get it wrong, you know the kinds of things I'll do to you. Don't make me say them aloud.
Okay. Okay. Are we making Guts' sword? We might be making Guts' sword. Okay. Nice and long. Thickness. I think we take it down to like 1.25-ish. And we make it wide.
We make it a wide sword.
Okay. We're being a goofball, I see. About there. And then give it a big fat fuller. Okay. Like 75%. And cross section. Look at the cross section. Oh, that's funny. Oh man. That's good. Can we convex it a little bit? All right. Okay. We got some new stuff to play with. Got a bunch of keons. Just a fucking one of these. No. Oh, mysterious sigil. Okay. Ooh, we can give it a wrap. Nice. Let's do the cell sword. Make it a little bit bigger. And we're gonna square it out a little bit. Like that. And then I think put a little end cap on it. Tree root. Like that. And then oh, okay, I see. Interesting. Okay. Nah. It's got a cool enough thing on it anyway.
Small barrel on the end of it. Like that.
Okay. That's as big as we can make it, huh? Let's put it like right there. There's your mysterious sigil, which is freaking strange looking, bud. We're gonna give you a little circle to add to it. And then like little a smiley face. A little smiley face right next to it. Oh, you know what I need to do? We need to make it a little bit polished. Just a little bit, not a lot. And then you want a leather wrap on it. Blue? I think we give him a blue wrap on it. Oh, this is the lol sword to Marwyn. Let's polish up some of the other bits of it. Make it look nice and shiny. I kind of want to give him one of these. Nah, it's okay. That's the lol. Marwyn's sword is finished, cooling across the anvil, long and lethal. Even when you look away from it, the mysterious sigil seems to squirm sinuously at the corner of your vision. Is this a good idea? Arming a man like Marwyn? We don't have a choice. Steady stayed needed peace, and this was the price. I suppose you're right. I hope for your sake this sword meets his expectations. He didn't seem a man to suffer disappointment lightly. You wrap the sword in oiled leather, quietly relieved once the strange symbol is out of sight. Ba-nom-nom-nom. Ba-nom-nom-nom. Not quite Guts' sword. Yeah, you got the little smile right at the end there. Woo! Level 10. Hooray. Okay. Side fullers. Interesting. Interesting. Do I want side fullers or do I want engraving materials? I want to do engraving materials first. Make them a little bit funner. Just a little bit more fun. Just a little bit. Avia. Just gotta make it sharper. Alright. Make it a little wider. And then thin it down a little bit. And then we do a new cross section. There we go. And then we gotta fix the point. Really gotta kind of just go like that. And then let's make it shiny. Shiny, shiny, shiny sword. There we go. There we go. So what is it that we can do with... Huh. Engravings now. Oops. Oh well. I'm stealing 2 of your engravings. There. There you go. Fix your sword. Okay. End the day. Made some money. Lost some money. Now we need to go back to the steady stay and give the sword to Marwyn. Bop bop bop. Dope dope dope. Dope dope dope. Bop dope 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 dope. Bop bop. Approach Marwyn. As you walk towards the table, 2 members of the gang seem to be having a spitting contest across the restaurant. Marwyn simply observes, his eyes hidden and empty. He turns his gaze on you as you approach. There's no warmth in those eyes, just kind of a helpless, directionless rage, like a trapped and starving beast.
What? What do you want?
Here's your sword. He raises the blade admiringly, turning it back and forth so it catches the light. Then he brings it down on the table, cleaving through the wood.
My table! It'll do. Take your money, Smith. I have no need of it anyway.
With that, he strides from the inn, not sparing his drinking companions a second glance. Now that their patron is gone and they'll have to pay for drinks themselves, they gather their things and sheepishly head out the door as well. At long last, peace and quiet returns to the steady stay. Dr. Roselle. As you approach Roselle, she arches an eyebrow. Yes? Marwyn's gone, hopefully for good. Business will soon be back to normal, provided the bastard keeps his word. For now, things are better. Will your father be able to handle his accounts without you? My father? Absolutely not. The man treats mathematics as an unknowable branch of wizardry. But I've been teaching the basics to my brother Keon. It's hardly the most complicated process, even if my father fails to grasp it. I'm really worried about Marwyn's going to do with that sword. Kill people, I imagine. It's one of the main things swords are used for. Did no one tell you? With Marwyn, I can't be sure it'll be the right people. And you can be sure when you make a sword for someone else? Come now, face the truth. You make tools of murder. Yeah, axes chop wood, knives cut vegetables for stew, but swords have only one function. To be clear, I'm not judging you. It's a necessary function. Are you ready to join my forge, then? I broke the news with my father last night. He was heartbroken, bless him. She looks over the inn. It's completely empty. Marwyn's table lies in 2 pieces, split in half by his sword. This is a new start, a chance to rebuild. She pauses for a moment, lost in contemplation, then she shrugs. I thought I'd feel something. I thought I'd feel something at this point, a pang of guilt, perhaps nostalgia, but no, can't say I feel anything at all. I'll be at your forge bright and early tomorrow morning. Approach the bar.
Well, if it isn't the Smith who stole my daughter away from me. Oh, I'm just jesting.
Despite his protestations, there's a clear sadness in the cow's eyes. Buy a hot meal. Yum 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 yum. That accent. Where are you from originally?
You have a keen ear. I was born on a little spit of sand and sunshine called Posfi. It's one of the 70 islands of Kahavo, deep in the Lazaline Sea.
Not so many of the Cahovan people here in Erin Keep. The journey it is very difficult. I hitched a ride on the Oarline trading vessel, and I am sailing for many, many moons to reach the Cahovan coast. This was 30 years ago, before the long dust, before my Riza was born. I was lucky to arrive here in those days, before everyone and their grandson was trying to get to the keep, but I will never know what befell my beautiful islands of Kahova in the years since.
You ever miss it?
Of course! The taste of the kavura fruits, the pulse of the sea, the way the sun sparkled on the waves like a shimmering blanket of fish scales. My home, my people, my heart.
If I ever learn anything about the fate of the 70 islands, I'll come to you.
This I appreciate, though a part of me quails in fear. What if you bring me bad news? Perhaps no news is better, yes?
Alright, see you later. Goodbye. Okay, so now, as morning breaks, Frizzell sweeps into your forge. With every 7th step, she mutters a number under her breath. 3,570. 3,577. Once she's through the door, she ceases counting and pulls a quill from her bag. Where's your ledger? What were you counting?
My steps. Old habit I can't seem to shake. There's no time for chat. Not if we want to get your account sorted. The ledger?
Oh, okay, here you go. She grabs the ledger and retreats to your corner office. There she remains for the rest of the day, scribbling and occasionally tutting to herself. Okay. I'm gonna have a drink of water. You find Rizel sitting in her office room, hunched over the ledger. The only sound is the scratch of quill and the tapping of her foot. My father says the inn has been doing much better. He's not over me leaving. I had to remind him that he's only an hour walk away. Okay, personal questions. I shall answer as best I'm able. Okay, diplomacy, roll the dice. Nope. You often speak of fate. Do you really think our actions are predetermined?
Predetermination is the wrong word. We make decisions of our own free will. I just think our perspective of time is now very narrow indeed. We come to a branch in the path, and we choose one. This path was always what we were going to choose. The other path never existed at all, but only in retrospect. Do you follow?
No.
Let me put it another way. Imagine you're going down a trail of ants, pathing through the forest. You know where each ant is going because you can see the ant in front and the ant behind. Now imagine you're really looking at only one ant across all the different points in its path. It's still making small decisions along the way, but we see where its journey ends. That's how the voices viewed mortals back in the world it was.
If you're right, it means the sundering was always going to happen. Why didn't the voices warn us?
At this she frowns. You sense you've struck a nerve. I wish I knew. Maybe this was true once, but if the voices are gone, who can tell us where the path leads? You're just trying to see order and chaos because it's more comforting than the alternative.
I haven't had enough to drink for this kind of talk.
And you should know better than ask these kinds of questions.
Okay. I'm gonna go back to the forge.
I'll be here if you need me.
Smart cookie. Okay. I'm gonna make some more money before I think about buying anything. Nimrith wants something. A familiar face peers through your window. Nimrith, the lore guard who guards the library at the Magisterium. She's still dressed in her armor. You wonder if she ever takes it off.
Greetings to thee, smith. I find myself in need of a new blade. This one hath served me well, but is ill-suited for the tight confines of the library. I fear in such close quarters I'm in need of a shorter blade, lest I damage the books.
A heavy-ass one.
What kind of sword do you need?
Long. Super fucking heavy. Impact. Duh. Sharpness. Duh. Hand and a half. Narrow point. Strongly curved blade.
I'm looking for a curved, single-edged blade. Length is a critical factor. I do not wish to compromise overmuch on reach, but I need a blade which can be maneuvered within tight spaces. Take care with the balance. For every ounce of weight removed from the tip, the perceived weight in hand decreases by 4.
Why the single... Oh, single edge.
Well, it doesn't specify that. It means my opponent can't win a close quarters melee by pushing my own blade back onto my person.
See, you've done your research.
Of course, Smith. Ignorance is a lesser death, and one that often precedes a true kind. I'll forge you a blade worthy of the lore guard. I thank thee, Smith. I have faith that will craft something befitting the sacred duty of protecting knowledge itself. You can count on us. You can count on us, miss. After Nimrith has departed, you notice that Caswin seems distracted. Twice he fetches the wrong tool from the rack, and he keeps... someone's in love! Did you hear the way she talked? Like a character from a fable. And her eyes, they blaze like sapphires.
Oh, Caswin wants to... Oh.
Caswin blushes to the roots of his hair. No, no, she'd not be interested in me. I'm her Smith's assistant. She'd grind me under her heel.
Oh, you'd fucking like that. You fucking dirty perv.
Okay, we're gonna accept it, but first we need to buy some steel. There we go. Alright.
Somebody's in love.
Alright. So. Am I making a katana? Is that what I'm making? Might be a dye katana. Because it's going to have to be wider to keep up the weight. Oh, that's as long as it can get. No, I can make it longer. No, I can't. Huh. Interesting. Thickness. Okay, and I gotta make it wider. Okay, now we gotta curve it. Meh. Okay, a point. The other side. Oh, okay, I guess that's the way it's going to be. So we got the narrow point, cross section. We're going to have to make this blade wider. Keep up the width. It's the only way to do it. Point. There we go. And then cross section. Have to make it a little bit wider again. Here we go. Cross section there. Okay. More width, please. That's not what I meant to do. More width. This is a hell of a blade. It was more like a Durandal or something. Okay. I'm gonna polish the hell out of it. Here we go. All right.
Shiny, pointy, or 90-90.
What kind of guard do we want? I want more guards. Could do a Suba, I guess. Gosh.
Put a little anchor on it.
Why not?
Sure. Make it weird. Nah, we're not gonna do that. She wants a hand and a half. So we gotta do one of these. You gotta grab the end, make it half the length. Oh, you gotta grab it again. Okay. Kind of matches up. Do one of these. Nice mobility on it. And then you deserve some nice leather on there, lady. Put some engravings on it, maybe? Feels like a shame to put some engravings on this sword. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to put any engravings on it. We'll call this the Shark's Tooth. Don't think there's anything else I want to add, as much as I would like to. Well, hang on. Maybe we can... I'm curious. If we do this... Do something like that. Can we put... There we go. Just a little bit of gold on it. Just a little. Just a little. Didn't even use any of my gold. So let's do some interlinked rings then. Yeah, a little guy. Yeah, big guy. And then a little dot. And go like that, and like that, and like that. And then okay, I can't put it on that one. That's pretty cool. Little rings on there. It's a shark's tooth. Nimrod takes the blade with reverent care, testing its balance with practiced movements. She performs a series of tight, controlled cuts, imagining the narrow aisles of the library. Thou hast my deepest gratitude, Smith. Now I can cut down threats as quick as the turn of a page. Miss Nimrod, my name is Caswin. A pleasure to make thine acquaintance, Caswin. Dost thou have something to ask of me? Caswin stares at her for a long moment, mouth gaping like a stunned cod. No. In that case, I shall make my exit. My gratitude to thee, Smith. Caswin! Woo! Pretty. Cool. Cool. Caswin, you silly. Caswin is usually for once you catch him in a moment's respite. It's nice to have another person around the shop, isn't it? He rubs the back of his head awkwardly. Though Rousseau keeps calling me Caswit. I should probably correct her one of these days. Okay. I should probably salvage some stuff. Got some wood, we got some silver, we got some steel out of that. Okay. And I need 500 thalers before I can fund the expedition for the dude at the den. Or at the bar. So I can't really be spending money. So we'll end the day. We got the orphanage. Clodo is still out there. We don't have the diplomacy for it. Let's go to the orphanage, I guess. Let's go to the orphanage. We haven't been there yet, and it's part of the main quest.
Oh, the children's.
Despite its imposing size, the orphanage has a welcoming air. Its gate is thrown open and the laughter of children spills out into the street. Colorful clothes hang from washing lines that crisscross the courtyard. The perfume smell of soaps and detergents mingle in the air. Most of the orphans don't pay you any mind, with the exception of a young girl who sits on the outer wall, kicking her legs and watching with curious eyes. A beggar huddles outside the wall, palm raised. The only other adult in sight is a middle-aged woman with a careworn face. Seeing you, she bustles over. King's Grace with you. Welcome to the orphanage, where we take care of the little fledglings without a nest. What brings you here? Are you interested in our laundry services? Are you looking to adopt? Laundry services? Drop off your soiled clothes in the morning. We'll have them sparkling clean by the afternoon. You're working the orphans? Honest work keeps them out of trouble. And you pay them? Aye, we pay them in food and board. Don't you think they deserve a fair wage? She glares at you. Her eyes as hard and sharp as flint. I love these weans, every last one. This place isn't cheap to run, and without the laundry, we'd be out of business and the children would be back in the wastes. Besides, if the orphans had idle hands, they'd be up to all sorts of trouble. They get into enough mischief as it is. She bustles off. Put up a poster. You stick a poster outside the orphanage. It's not a well-trafficked area, but all publicity is good publicity. Beggar watches with interest, gnawing at a stick of moldy bread. Talk to the orphan. The girl hops down, landing with perfect poise. She grins up at you, a wild gleam in her eyes. New as green peas, ain't ya? Yeah, pretty much. I can spot it a mile off. She laughs and leans back against the wall, hands shoved in her pockets. Hey! She notices she has a dagger, half concealed in a hidden sheath under her armpit. Decent craftsmanship by the looks of it. Established citizens don't like to stray near the orphanage if they can help it. When they want their garments washed, they leave a bundle at the gate. People think this place is accursed. Why is that? Is that why you carry that dagger? I sleep better when I got a blade under my pillow. Why is that? Because of all the children who go missing. Oh, did Mother Wilkie not tell you about that? I've heard about it elsewhere. You've heard about it, but you haven't lived it. Every month a kid vanishes. Usually someone I know. Gone. Snuffed out like a penny candle. She glances away from you, momentarily self-conscious. Not that you have any reason to care, but I'm Astrid. Just another orphan, that's me. If I go missing too, will you remember my name? She smiles up at you slyly. I reckon they chop us up, sell us as meat in the market. The city's running out of food, after all. Everyone knows. The Masked King's trying to get folk used to the taste of human flesh before the larders are empty and the real fun begins. Probably be me next, I expect. Oh well, what can you do? Not like anyone cares about some waste-born orphan. Tell me everything you know. She looks up at you, and for the first time her mask of bravado slips. There's something genuine in her smile. Thank you. In truth, I wasn't expecting you to give me the cold shoulder. Or I was expecting you. I don't know much more than I already said, but if you want answers, ask somebody else. They won't talk to me, but they'll talk to you. If you find anything, come right back. I'll be here. Until I'm not. She jumps back onto the wall in one swift movement and dashes down its entire length before vaulting into the shadows of an alleyway. She's gone as quick as a cat after a mouse. Approach the beggar. Duh. There's a strange twinkle in his eye, like he's thinking of some private joke. Spare a thaler for a poor soul. His voice is a hoarse croak, the voice of an old man upon whom the years have fallen like hammer blows. Here's 10. Go buy yourself a meal and a room for the night. Beggar raises his eyebrows. He plucks a single coin from the handful you're offering and closes your fingers around the rest. You're too generous, sonner. Really. Keep it and give it to the next beggar instead. His voice has changed totally. It's the voice of a healthy man, all bass and mirth. Look more closely at the beggar. The beggar is huddled under a patched and shapeless cloak. His fingernails are filth black, his face a mask of grime. At a distance, he looks decrepit. The strident voice, the swiftness of his movements, the gleam in his eyes. The man is no beggar. You'd stake your life on it. Apparently the orphans go missing sometimes. Seen anything suspicious? The beggar grins. His eyes glitter strangely. Funny thing about orphans, they got no one watching out for them. No one who'd notice if they vanished. And now here you come, out of the woodwork, poking and prodding and asking your questions. You think you're the first? You think your reward will be anything other than a dagger in the gut?
You're better off leaving well alone, sonner. Don't go down this road. Why are you putting your neck on the line for some penniless runts anyway?
He watches you with a sudden intensity, waiting for your answer. The world's got a lot worse since I was a kid. Would be nice to make things bigger. I figure it's linked to the swordsmith who went missing. Solving this might be in my best interests. The beggar weighs your answer for a moment, then shrugs and leans back.
Well, what would I know? I'm just a beggar. Do as you like, sonner.
He stands up, revealing himself to be far taller and broader at the shoulders than he first appeared. He makes his way down the street without another word, whistling tunelessly. Leave the orphanage. As you exit through the orphanage's gates, you feel a prickle at the back of your neck. When you glance back, you see Mother Wilkie staring after you, her thick arms folded. Something in her flat gaze sends a chill down your spine. Interesting. Okay. Up to 10 action points. Razel. Okay. You need to make some money. Andres needs 10. Big fucking sword. Man who steps into your forge has an uneasy manner. His eyes rove around your workshop as though tracing the path of an invisible bee. I need a blade. Nothing fancy. In fact, not memorable in any way. Osco? Light and sharp. That's not a long blade you're asking for. It's pretty short, actually. Gonna be a while before I get there anyway. Let's do Andres, I guess. No, we should do some more rep with the crows. That's my thought. It's not gonna get me a whole lot of money though. That'll get me a decent chunk. That doesn't get me much. Natalie. So I get money, good XP. Helmet, gold, and a mystery reward. Medium length, heavy weight, one-handed, regular point. I'm gonna go for the money, and it's better experience. Okay. Bup, 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 bup. Bum 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 bum. Okay. Once it's speedy. It has to be weighty too. Okay, that's working. Cross section. God dang it. Width. Point. Stiffness. Okay. This one's different. Speed. No mass near the point. There we go. And I just barely scrape by with the steel that I have. I polish the shit out of this one.
This blade is Murderhead.
A friggin' beast of a sword, goddamn.
The Murderhead.
You're taking all my steel, dude. Takes the blade quickly, checking its weight and edge with practiced efficiency before sliding into a concealed sheath under his jerkin.
Perfect. Unremarkable to look at, but at least I can tell it's quality work.
It's not.
I wasn't here, you didn't see me.
As quickly as it appeared, melting back into the city streets.
Murderhead, because it murders head.
Okay. Hi, Quell. I need to buy from you. Have you heard any rumors about orphans going missing? Glancing around the square, Quell raises her voice. An iron file! Why, yes, I have something like that out back! Grabs you by the arm and pulls you down a side alley away from the crowds. By the burning dead, Smith, don't ask me things like that when I'm at my stall. So you got the Huntress. She was trying to tell me some secret about the orphanage. I told her to keep it to herself. But maybe in the interest of you, just leave my name out of it. Okay. I need steel. I need a lot of steel. I'm out. 45 for now. No. Goodbye. Huntress. Nice to see you're still alive, Smith. What do you need? What do you know about the missing orphans? Huntress pauses, a knowing glint in her eye. More than a bit, I reckon. What's it worth to you? Here's $50. Aye, that'll swing it. Pockets a pouch of silver with a savage grin. You ever heard of the LaFell twins? If you want to know, that'll be 50 thalers. She snorts. Touché. They're former crows, mercenaries who work a more lucrative calling in Air and Keep, doing work for coin. If a deed's so dark it'll make even a regular mercenary flinch, the LaFell twins will do it with enthusiasm. I do not know what their real names are. People call them Smiles and Scowls on account of their scars. Keep talking. I tend to travel the city by night. Darkness suits me better, and I like the quiet of curfew. The guards don't spot me unless I want them to. One evening, past midnight, I was near the orphanage when I heard shouting and crying. I snuck onto a nearby rooftop and took a look. Who would I see but the LaFell twins, dragging some wailing kid between them. Don't think they were taking him on a picnic. I watched them as they gave him a sharp smack across the head to shut him up. The matron was there, overseeing the transaction. She looked a bit distraught when they struck the boy, but she didn't say nothing. You know who they work for? By all accounts, the twins are paid most handsomely for their dirty work, so whoever they answer to, it's someone with serious wealth. In Air and Keep, that usually means either the nobility of High Citadel or the merchants of the Hollandsburgs League. Unfortunately, I don't know more than that. Where can I find them? I wouldn't approach them directly. If they get a whiff of suspicion off you, they'll gut you like a fish. Murder comes as easy as breathing to them. Go talk to Zoness, the bookmaker at the arena. She knows the twins pretty well. Not that they're friends. Twins' only friends are each other. Okay. If anyone can tell you who the twins work for, it's her. Anything new? Ooh. Red. 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 Okay. Personal questions? Are you native to the keep? No. I was born far north of here, in the arse end of Hither, a little village nestled in the elbow of the mountains. Even in summer, we had to crack the ice on the river to get water. In winter, ha! We'd chip away at frozen waterfalls with picks and axes, hauling chunks back home to thaw. Her piercing eyes drift away from yours, focusing on some point in the distant past. Her mouth twists into a sneer. Ugh, better forget those days. Why are you dredging up these things, Smith? Memory is poison. The better the memory, the faster it destroys you. What do you think of the Masked King? If you ask that question within the keep, you'll get nothing but praise. After all, his fancy magic keeps the worst of the wastes out, don't he? For that, people will forgive him anything, and those who speak against him will end up exiled or dead. But in the world outside these walls, there's rumors. Some say the real Masked King sacrificed his life to forge the barrier, and some impostor took his place. Others whisper he ain't even alive, and if you pulled off that mask, you see his skull staring back. Me, I try not to have an opinion. I'm not interested in politics. And for all his power, the Masked King's going to end up as dust soon enough, just like the rest of us. You know where he came from? Many have asked. There's no answer that I can see. His rise is as mysterious as the sundering itself. Does anyone else buy your wares? Most folk prefer their leather already processed and pretty, but there's some who value the raw material. Some scholars of the Magisterium pay well for the weirdest specimens. The more limbs, the better price. I know a few crows who come to me direct and pay high prices for the toughest hides. Don't want to rely on cheap tissue, soft leather when there's a blade coming at your vitals, do you? Okay. Goodbye. Remember, Smith, enjoy the peace of the keep while you can. Nothing will survive what's coming. Interesting. Wyver. Wyver? What do you need? You know anything about children vanishing from the orphanage? Don't care for children. Well, as much as I want to buy these, I don't have the freaking money. Goodbye. Scrap peddler. Let's talk to you. We haven't seen you in a while. Junk. Stuff. You can talk to Oscar. You know the thing about orphans going missing?
I've heard a few rumors, but it's all poppycock if you ask me. Little blighters are probably just running away from their chores.
Thing new? Just wood. Okay. Goodbye. Okay, we gotta end the day. Zon S is the next person we talk to. Talk to Zon S. What she got going on? Two fighters circle each other, desperate for the first splash of crimson. Welcome to the arena. I've been here before. As the fight ends, there's commotion in the stands. Someone screams murder. The arena erupts into momentary panic. A woman in clay mask dashes past, her blade stained with blood. Oh, hi, it's her. The arena quickly settles back down. Violence is routine here, though not normally among the audience. A dead nobleman is dragged somewhere private and sand is thrown over the bloodstains. Apologies for the interruption, everyone. The games will continue as scheduled. Dr. Zones. Back again, Smith? If you want to place a bet, you need to pay for a seat. I told you're on good terms with the LaFoe twins. Zaneska's quiet. Her eyes glitter as she assesses you. Smiles and scowls come here and watch the fights on occasion. Don't know if I call it good terms, but they like the way I flutter my eyelashes. You know what their connection is to the orphanage? How did you... She lowers her voice. How do you know about that? A little bird sung in my ear. Well, the little bird should learn to keep its beak shut. It's not safe to sing about things like this. She glances around and pulls you into a side room. Once the door shuts, she speaks in a low, urgent whisper. There's a man who can help you find out what's happening to those orphans. You don't need to know his name. That's his to give. I'll let him know who you are. Meet him at the Bridge of Whispers tomorrow night at midnight, and don't tell a soul about this. Why should I trust you? What if the LaFoe twins are waiting for me at the bridge? The LaFoes don't need to play cloak and dagger games. They could shank you in the street and the watch wouldn't dare intervene. I don't care if you trust me or not, but if you want to find out more, this is your only hope. Who is he? Friend of mine from the old days. He's been investigating the orphanage's crimes for nigh a year. You help people gamble on blood sports. I'm surprised you care about orphans. Gladiators are grown men and women. They know the risks. We're talking about children here. Kids who are young and scared and completely alone. I don't know what's being done to them, but it's nothing good. I don't have a heart of stone, Smith. If I can help them, I will. Thank you. Good luck, Smith. I hope I can make a difference. But if you look under this rock, don't be upset by the vermin that scuttle out. Remember, the bridge at midnight. Don't be late. Goodbye. Speak to the quartermaster? Okay. We're gonna leave. Well, that's progress on that. Tomorrow night, I have to go to the bridge. Huh. Interesting. How's our rep doing? Oh, no, that's my level. How's our rep doing? Okay. I can improve with the crows. Gets me some money. Ooh, a book. We do that because that looks like it improves my salvaging. Yep. The woman who enters your forge is wearing mismatched armor, and her waist is adorned with battlefield trophies. Wasteland grime has worked its way into every crease in her face. Delilah, I finally scrounged enough coin to buy some new steel. Lost my last blade in someone's ribcage. Couldn't get it loose before his friend showed up. So, middling length, middling weight, mobility, sharpness, one-handed, regular point. Okay. So it's going to have to be a thicker blade. We can make it thick and wide-ish, probably. Come on. Okay, we're going to taper the thickness. We want to taper the thickness. Okay. Thickness. You want a regular point. Okay. Cross section. And then let's make it wider. Said make it wider. Thickness. Nope. There we go. Should we give it a fuller? I think so. Yeah, there we go. Make it some polish. Yeah, 16. Yeah. Okay. Anything else we want to do? No. Okay, one-handed. Give it you. Yeah. Hey. Give it a little bit of a curve here. Thank you. Tree root. Twisted. Smaller taper. Yeah, hold on. Twisted. Just regular twisted. There we go. And then, what kind of a cap do we want? What kind of a pommel? Fishtail? No. It's one of these, I guess. That's not a bad sword. That's not a bad sword. We'll give him a. We'll give it a little symbol here. What is that? What does that do? What do we think? Come on, get it just so. There. Put a little gold in there. There's a little bit of gold, nothing fancy. Yeah, that's a good sword. It's a good stick'em. You'll stick 'em pretty good. Okay. Sell 5 swords with rating of 3 in 3 categories. Precision Instruments achievement. Okay. Cool. The Practical Salvager. What does that do for me? Practical Salvager. Oh. Nail chain. Interesting. Cool. Oh, I got blood red now too. I gotta remember that. We can do one for 4. A woman enters your forge, dark circles under her eyes. She keeps one hand on a small purse at her hip. I need something small, lightweight, easy for me to maneuver. My husband spends his nights rotting in the tavern, so it's just me and the children at home most of the time. I need a blade. Someone needs to keep my family safe. Okay. Sure. Easy enough. Okay. Thickness. I could just. Yeah, there you go. Done. You don't want it sharp or nothing. I got you a square stick. It's not sharp. Like that. That fits her purposes. There you go. Oh boy. Thickness. Make it a little bit wider. And then okay. I like them having fullers. Okay. It's 25. Nothing too shiny. What else in here is a turning scent? Okay. So, bop. A little fancier. Nothing crazy. Hand and a half. Diamond. Ooh. There you go. Can I curve it a little? Okay. Just a little end cap to it. Nothing crazy. Even give you some crimson on there. A little bit of crimson. Ooh. Put a nail through it.
You want a nail on it, lady? Put a couple of nails in the blade for you if you want. Your big old nail. You want a nail through your sword? It's not a problem. Won't charge you nothing.
Chains on it. Put a chain on there for you. No problem. Oh, some chains on it. You want some chains? Give you some chains. Everybody likes a little bit of chains on their sword, and you know. You even make them gold chains. Make a real gangster. Gangster sword. Here you go. Put a bolt in there. I'm not gonna give it gold chains. That's silly. Yeah, I'll give you some bolts though. Make it look a little mean. Did I get that one freaking perfect? Good God. Alright, okay. We'll make the bolts gold though. That's cool. What else have I got here? Put a nail through it. Just put a nail straight through the sword. Are you fucking kidding me? Why? Maybe later. That's not bad. It's a little blinged out. Bup. What do you want, kitty? You got a claw. You can put some claws on it. One right there. One right there. Heck it. Make those gold too. Hell yeah. Nice. Ba-na. Ba-na-na-na-na. Nito burrito. Okay. I'm almost out of steel. Again. Well, let me buy some steel. Okay. Alright, end the day. So we need to go to the Bridge of Whispers. I have a midnight appointment. I have to go here. I need to go here. It said I have to go today. Bridge of Whispers. Curfew is in full force, and if you're caught on the way to meet your mysterious contact, you risk a night in the cells or worse. Luckily, thick fog blankets the streets. Bridge of Whispers spans a canal on Merkside, Aaron Keep slum district. Nestled beneath the mountain, the surrounding hovels and alleyways are plunged in permanent shadow. Look around. A figure appears as if summoned from the ether. A shadow within a shadow. His hood hides his face. Is all this subterfuge really necessary? The stranger raises a finger as though asking you to stop speaking for a moment. A long pause. The stranger waits patiently, foot tapping, until finally an owl's hoot echoes across the rooftops. He responds with an imitated hoot of his own.
Good. You didn't bring the guards with you.
Hey, it's the guy!
First, a warning. The watch have taken note of you going around asking awkward questions. You might disappear next if you aren't careful. Or worse, the LaFau twins will catch word and come for you in the night. Never forget that in Aaron Keep, curiosity is a worse sin than murder.
I appreciate the heads up.
Just be wary. Sleep with one eye open. You want to know what happens to the orphans when they're taken, who the LaFau twins are working for, and what they do to the kids? Is that correct?
Sounds about right.
I can answer your questions, but first I need you to do something for me.
He hands you a roll of vellum.
Make a sword for me. You'll find the specifications in there. Bring the blade back here at midnight, and I'll tell you what you want to know.
Unroll the vellum. Examine the commission. There are a few unusual requirements, most notably inscribing the sword with a particular symbol. You look up, questions crowding your lips, but the stranger is already gone. An owl hoots somewhere overhead as you stand alone in the fog. It's a long walk back to the forge. Okay, more weird symbols. So, I need 7 resources to make it. To dismiss seeking answers in the dark. The sword shall be of common length, balanced for a single hand. Use quality steel. The edge must hold true, neither brittle nor soft, and ensure the symbol is inscribed exactly as depicted below. Here the scroll features a carefully sketched rendition of a symbol, identical to the one that Marwyn had you inscribe on his blade. Is that... So, 4 silver, saddle brown pigment, 2-handed, regular point, mysterious symbol, sharpness, stiffness. Yes, we've seen this symbol before. Strange. I wonder what it could mean. Keep reading. Deliver the completed blade at the arranged meeting place. Come alone as before. Bring no light save what you must.
Your payment shall be knowledge, a currency more valuable than coin. Before you do this, think long and careful. The answers you seek may lead you places darker than a bridge at midnight.
Scroll is unsigned. Okay. I'm gonna say accept. I'm gonna scrap that and that, and then so I've got some extra steel just in case. So 50 to 70%. Okay, let's make it a little bit wider. Thickness. Go down to like that. It needs... Well, we'll do that after. Let's do cross-section first. Okay. So a little bit more, closer to the green. Okay, point. Regular point. Okay. Let's add a nice, long, mid-length fuller to it. Okay. Polish the blade. We'll do like 60%. Nothing too shiny. Okay. It needs to be two-handed. Nom 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 nom. What does this do for me? Can I... do anything fun with this? Not really. Put this on, though. Sure, let's do that. Hi, kitty. That's fun. That's about the right size on both sides. What do we want for a grip on here? We could do just a regular ass oval. Stiffness. Put a wrap on it? Okay. Okay. Stiffness, let's make it... We're gonna have to up the thickness on it then, in order to make that work. Just by a bit, though. Nothing crazy. Let's do that right now. Thickness. There we go. I want to see... Pointies on that side. Blunts on this side. Yeah, buddy, that's looking cool. Needs to have the mysterious engraving on it. Make that gold. On with these. Oh, it needs a lot of silver though. Fuck. There we go. That deletes that though. Fuck. Nope, that doesn't work. Shit. How the fuck am I gonna do this? I don't know. Because that's not exactly... Um... Just wrap the sword in leather, please. Fuck. Okay. This. This. That. Okay, that's almost done then. What? Why does this not... Oh, walnut brown, saddle brown. There we go. That did it. Okay. Alright. So we got the Jonkler sword done. Blade is finished. You hold it up to the forged light, examining your handiwork. Symbol you etched with such precision catches the light strangely, seeming to shift and writhe in the shadows. What do you think it means? Nothing good. You're right, I fear. You're at the blade carefully. Midnight seems a long way off. Okie dokie. We'll scrap something while we wait. Got some of our silver back that way. We're almost to a new level, which is good. I guess we'll end the day. And go back to the Bridge of Whispers. And give him his sword. Murkside is gloomy even on summer's day. Here at night, it's a darkness so thick it seems to suffocate light. Despite the risk of being caught past curfew, you're forced to carry a lantern to avoid breaking your neck. The blade is concealed under your cloak, wrapped in leather. It's midnight. Where is he? Look for the hooded stranger. He melts out of the shadows, darkness coalescing into shape. Then he lifts his hood, revealing a grizzled and strangely familiar face.
Hail! Have you got the goods?
You're the beggar who was sitting outside the orphanage.
Hey, that was me. Someone's got to look out for the little bastards.
Here's your sword. Man draws the sword from his sheath and hefts it, testing its weight.
Quality work, sonner.
He gives it an experimental swing, then examines the sigil you graved upon it.
This'll do nicely.
Man's insouciant grin and glinting eyes lends him an aura of cheerful danger. He's clearly enjoying this nighttime subterfuge. What exactly are you going to use that sword for?
Not for picking my teeth.
He flashes you a grin.
In seriousness, sonner, I'd rather keep that to myself.
How do you know Zaness?
We used to be thick as thieves, you say. Back in the good old days, I taught her everything she knows about lockpicking, purse-cutting, and shadow sneaking.
And how does she repay me? Gets caught red-handed and hauled off to become a nun. You can imagine how I felt. She was one of my most promising apprentices. Believe she's found success at the arena, though. There's a connection that might come in handy more than once. Who are you? Introductions can be a lethal luxury in my line of work. Just call me Brennan and leave it at that for now.
I came here for answers. Tell me about the orphanage.
This is where I admit I don't have the full picture either, Sonner. But I've been investigating what's happening at the orphanage. Picked up a thing or two. First off, the matrons are all in on it. They're paid well to keep quiet about the odd kid who goes missing. You probably guessed that already. More importantly, who's paying them? Who's paying the LaFoe twins? Where's all this coin coming from to support the disappearance of a child every month?
Uh-huh.
It's the marshal. He's the one who pays the bills. The masked king, the rest of the high court, I'd wager my left hand they're all in on it too. This ain't some ad hoc operation for the marshal's private pleasure. This is something bigger. Something evil.
They're feeding kids to the barrier, aren't they? Who is the marshal?
By the burning dead, Sonner, you are new around here. He's the masked king's right-hand man and the commander of the city watch. Pray you never meet him, eh?
How do you know all this?
Amazing what you can do with a good disguise and some slick talking. I've walked in armor among the ranks of the city watch. For weeks I played the role of a fresh recruit. The guards know about the missing kids and their paymaster's involvement. They don't speak it aloud if they can help it. Not to civilians and not when sober. The guards know about the missing kids.
Oh, why are they taking the kids?
Wish I knew, Sonner. The LaFoe twins drop by and pick up a kid, usually a boy. Then they take him to the High Citadel, to the palace of the king himself. After that, he's not seen again. It's a perfect little operation. The wasteland's full of kids without parents. The orphanage takes them, making a great show of the king's generosity. But it's not charity. It's a harvest.
What about the swordsmith? How's he involved? The man's grin drops, replaced by a look of puzzlement.
I wasn't aware he was involved. Why'd you ask?
Explain the message in the chimney. He listens with keen interest.
Well, that's a new piece of the puzzle. Thanks, Smith. I'll poke my nose around and see if I can find out anything about our friend, Thesson Filber.
Why does the marshal need the LaFoe twins? Can't he just order the city watch to take the kids?
Believe it or not, Sonner, even Aaron Keep has laws the pigs mostly follow, at least in public. And stealing sobbing children in the night isn't exactly what you'd sign up for when you join the watch. The LaFoe twins, well, they ain't burdened with a conscience, and they offer plausible deniability if caught. The marshal uses them for all sorts of filthy business. Blackmail, assassinations, torture. They'll do anything if the pay's good, and believe me, the marshal's pay is good.
So how can we put a stop to this?
We fight back. Won't lie to you, it ain't gonna be easy. Think of who we're up against.
Begins counting on one hand, quickly running out of fingers and switching to the other.
The marshal, the masked king, all his high court, the knights of the citadel, the city watch, the seneschal too, of course, any supporters thereof, taxman, the rich, the greedy, the parasites, anyone I'm forgetting, Astrid.
A small figure steps out of the shadows behind you. She is wielding a dagger, which she twirls in her fingers with alarming dexterity. You recognize this girl from the orphanage. The matrons of the orphanage, boss.
Oh, of course. Silly me. Add that to the list, the entire institutional structure underpinning the orphanage, and everyone aiding or abetting the abduction of kids.
You're the girl from the orphanage.
This is Astrid, my apprentice in all things shadowy. Say hello, Astrid.
Hello. And you plan to do all this on your own? Just the two of you?
Oh, glad you asked, Sonner. No, not just the two of us. We've got friends in high places and low. Might be the case we could use a smith like you again in the future. I'll come find you when we do.
Can I meet the rest of your group?
Sorry, Sonner. Our co-conspirators are paranoid types, for good reason.
Don't worry, Smith. One day we're going to need swords. Lots of swords. If it helps the orphans, I'm in.
You and me are gonna get along just fine.
He claps his hands, a startlingly loud sound in the foggy silence of the night.
Well, if we stand here running our tongues all night, some half-drunk watchman might chance upon us and spoil the eve for all. Until we meet again, perchance.
Brennan gives you a merry wave with his small, belligerent companion waggles her dagger. What the fuck is wrong with me? Brennan gives you a merry wave while his small, belligerent companion waggles her dagger. The two of them walk away without a second glance, vanishing into the fog. Well, I have some answers now. That's something. Caswin is uncharacteristically late. At last he rushes to the door, red-faced. Did you hear? Hear what? Something's happened in Citadel Square. You have to come see. Slow down. Take a deep breath. Tell me what this is all about. He sighs, sweat is prickling his brow. It'll be easier to explain if you come see for yourself, but have you heard of the Citadel of the Keep? It's a statue in Citadel Square, isn't it? That's right. You've seen it then. Its true provenance is debated, but modern research suggests it may depict King Ethelmon II, last of the Aran dynasty before... Okay. The Great Betrayal, even where his most trusted advisor opened the gates to the besieging armies of Talind. That's how the Keep ended up ruled by the Varian dukes. Let's give it a shot. Hey! You point out that this doesn't make sense. The Varians would have torn down any statues of King Ethelmon II. That's true. It must be something else then. What was I saying? The statue? Oh, right. Sorry. The statue sword broke off centuries ago in a storm, and no one bothered to replace it. Since the Masked King overthrew the old Duke, there's been sort of prophecy. When the Sentinel finds his sword, he'll awaken and overthrow the tyrant. Uh-oh. Someone's placed a sword in his hand, and not just any sword. You better come see. Uh-oh. 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 Oh, no. Oh no, I screwed up. The crowd is gathered. Not quite a mob, not yet, but there's a fever in the air. A phalanx of watchmen look on, shields locked. The crowd forms its tightest knot around the statue at the square's center. Last time you were here, the statue's outstretched hand was empty, stone fingers curled around air. Now it holds a sword aloft. Recognize that blade? It's the sword you handed to Brennan on a bridge at midnight. Now it's grasped in a stone fist, shimmering in the light of dawn. It's a gesture of defiance against the Masked King. Hopefully we don't get linked to this. Let's get the fuck out of here. As if to prove your point, a beggar drops to his knees, tearing his garments to bare his chest. The Masked King's age ends, the Sentinel shall rise, an iron dragon shall fall, and the prisoner will break the chains asunder. He bursts into mad laughter. Cries of down with the Masked King and freedom for Aran Keep ripple through the mob. We're gonna go. Holy shit. Just so you know, the Sentinel prophecy is fake. Prophecies don't work like that. Okay. I can't stop thinking about that sword in the hand of that statue. What was its purpose? To fulfill a prophecy or to spark a riot? Perhaps Brennan hoped the riots would be more widespread. By fulfilling the prophecy, maybe Brennan hoped it would come true. Something else entirely, I'd guess. I struggle to imagine what. And what was the significance of that symbol we inscribed on the blade? Most mysterious. Okay. Okay. Alright then. Willem? Mr. Defoe? What do you want? I am running low on steel. Again. Nakao? Nakao wants something? Looking up from the bellows, you find a familiar face at the workshop door. It's Nakao from the Steady Stay, smiling broadly as always, his stained apron slung over one shoulder. Tidings, Smith, come here to see my daughter, and give your old man a hug. Oh, come here, my daughter, and give your old man a hug. Father, a pleasure to see you. Nakao pulls her into a tight embrace, which she returns after a moment's pause. Smith, for once I thought I'd come to your place of work and bother you, yes? I need a sword. What for? After Marwyn was able to take over my inn, I got to thinking. I need something to keep behind me bar in case of another aggressive customer, see? I have a sturdy length of wood, but that isn't good enough anymore. A blade for the poking and the slicing would be much more persuasive, I'm thinking. Oh. Very wise, Father. Just don't go thinking you're a hero. Even a sword wouldn't have been much use against Marwyn and his cronies, remember? My daughter is always here to bring me crashing down to the ground when my fancies fly too high.
What kind of sword do you want?
I don't know, Smith. I'm no warrior. Should be sharp like a razor, and capable of chopping a fully armored man in two, and it should look majestic and pristine. The Steady Stay is a classy establishment, after all. Stick within the bounds of what you can afford, Father. I'm willing to pay a good price. I'm supporting my Rousseau's business, after all.
For you, Nikal, I'll make something special.
That is what I like to hear. I know I liked you, Smith. When I show this sword to my customers, they'll ask where I got it, and I can send them straight to you. It benefits both of us, aye?
Okay. Damn right I'm gonna make it special. Ba ba bum ba 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 bum 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 ba 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 bum bum ba 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 bum bum ba ba bita 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 da bita bita. Okay. Okay. Do I make this a wide boy? I think I make this a wide boy. Although he wants a narrow point on it. What if I go... like that? And then... oh, gosh. Cross section. Like that. Give it a nice fat fuller. And somewhere around here. Nah. Make it nice and wide. It's gotta be as shiny as possible. And then I think we curve it. I think we curve this fucker. Yeah. Yeah, like that. Maybe... can we do something silly with this? Can we give it a secondary fuller? No, that looks stupid. Okay. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. And then... like that. And then... ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. Okay. Something like that. And then that. And then got the silver. We need 3 more silver in order to finish this out. Well, maybe we can do something else. Turn that back to steel. Let's do that. I said silver, please. There we go. So really we only need 1 more silver. We can just go buy that, I believe, from the scrapper. What else can we add onto here? We'll make it a nice fun sword for him. Give him some devil's horns or something. No. Put a chain on it. Put a chain right at the end. We can hang it up above the bar. That's what we'll do. Okay, he wants some engravings on it. So 1, 2. I wish I could give you a grid. And then E. Okay, so really we just need 1 silver. So we can leave. Scrap peddler! 1 silver, please. Farewell. Okay. That's not a bad sword. There's the happy sword. The happy sword. It's a happy boy. Okay. Anything else I should add? Big old pointies I can add. Rolled. Oh, I don't know. Hey, there we go. That's kind of fun. Maybe we put some more chains on there. Hey, wait a minute. Hold on. Put the chain on there. Oh. There. We got a little chain on it, so he can hang it up when he's not using it. I like that. That's fun. It's a happy sword for Nikao. He's a happy guy. Oh. 5 unique engravings. Ah. Hang on. Better make those gold too. You gotta be able to see them. Duh. Oh, you can't indent. Oh, you can't make those gold. Okay. There you go. Blade gleams on your workbench. Polished to a mirror finish. As requested, it's both practical and pristine. A sword worthy of the steady stay.
Let me see this magnificent blade.
Present the sword with a flourish. Nikao's eyes go white as saucers. He takes the sword reverently, turning it this way and that to catch the light.
By the raging sea! This is even better than I imagined. Look at how it shines. Feel this balance.
He attempts a few experimental swings, nearly knocking over a rack of tools in enthusiasm. Careful, father.
I feel like a warrior of old. Any troublemaker who sees this bar on my bar will think twice, yes?
Just remember, it's for show. Don't try to be a hero.
Of course. I'm a barkeep, not a bladesman. But sometimes the illusion of strength is all you need, yes? Here, take this payment and know you have my eternal gratitude. When people ask about this magnificent blade, I'll send them straight to you.
He hands you a heavy purse, then carefully wraps the sword in cloth, handling it like a precious relic.
Make sure to keep it
polished and sharpened.
Don't fuss me so. Am I a baby duck or am I your father?
It's a happy sword. Look at him, he's so happy. He's so happy. Oh, he's a happy boy. Ooh, level 11. Level 11. Oh boy. Organize mind. Increase my mind. We're gonna do side fullers first, because I want to know what that does. It will skill. Unlock 10 skills in the skill tree. Okay. I'm pretty much out of... Oh, excuse me. Steel. Let's see. Navigating your way through the heart of even a day at her usual stall stands Quell, the ironmonger, her weathered face breaking into a tired smile as you approach. The riots were bad for business. The watch made me shut my stall. I lost a whole day's commerce. Who's going to repay me for that? Okay. See ya. Okay, so I got some steel back. Willem, that's a royal. Don't necessarily want to do anything for him. I should scrap some stuff instead. And there we go. That'll get me resupplied on some stuff. Not a ton, but enough. We'll end the day. Let's go back to the college. Let's talk to Nimrith. She has a new sword at her hip, the one you forged for her. Her eyes light up when she sees you. Well met, Smith. My new sword hath performed most suitably in my training sessions. I wish to offer thee a further token of my appreciation. What? Oh, thank you. I have already directed other members of the Lore Guard thy way. The Magisterium thanks thee for thine efforts. Do you know anything about the missing orphans? I can't say I've heard of such a thing, though admittedly my duties keep me off confined to the library and the surrounding halls. What is the Magisterium? The final effort to preserve humanity's knowledge and discover the cause of the Sundering. For centuries, we were merely an obscure branch of the clergy, squabbling over ancient texts, while the Anointed moved mountains and guided kingdoms. The Sundering changed everything. It cast the Anointed down, but it gave us purpose. What purpose? The world's libraries were burning.
Knowledge was fading from this world like stars from the morning sky. In Therabon, the local magistrates decided they had to fight back or ignorance would swallow us all. They organized and gathered members from other branches. Their efforts transformed the magisterium from a minor academic circle into the last guardians of mankind's knowledge. Why do you call this library the Corpus Celestis? The corpus stretches across the whole world. This library is just a singular star in the constellation that comprises the corpus. If this library burned down tomorrow, it would be a tragedy, but the magisterium keeps copies of these tomes safe in other havens. Where? Theraban by the ocean for a start, the great bastion of the magisterium. Other than that, I'm not at liberty to say. I see. Without the magisterium, humanity would be fumbling in the dark like children after the last candle was blown out. Does they share the knowledge with others? Why, of course, the whole point is to spread knowledge. A laudable goal. I'm glad thou dost understand. Back to other topics. Goodbye! I'm gonna go back to the forge, because I know I don't have enough to, As you ready your shop, you hear the sound of bugles and battle drums. Or rattling drums. Outside, a column of guards marches past, boots beating a rhythm on the cobblstones. They're followed by knights on horseback, streaming heraldic banners. Looks like the Masked King's holding one of his parades. We should watch. There won't be any customers with this going on. Follow the parade. You join the cheering crowds. The parade concludes at Citadel Square, where the Masked King looms in the center, flanked by his full court of nobles in attendance. Uh-oh. Crimson Mask glints in the morning light as he gazes impassively down at his soldiers. One by one they kneel, gauntlets raised to their chests. Huh. Observe the figures flanking the king. The king is attended by many servants and nobles in fine attire, but two figures catch the eye, those permitted to stand closest to their master. To the king's left stands a man in gilded armor, clearly approaching old age, yet broad and barrel-chested, with the bearing of a lifelong soldier. One side of his scowling face is twisted by an ugly burn scar. The marshal, no doubt. On the right stands the king. On the king's right stands the marshal's opposite, a tall and willowy man who looks like he's never handled a sword in his life. He has sunken eyes, a faint smile, and a face that's handsome in a sickly way. That's the seneschal, I think. Stare at the Masked King. He must be at least 9 feet tall. Perhaps he has stilts concealed under that feathered cloak. I doubt it. But no, somehow you know that such undignified tricks are not needed by this silent figure. A sick sense of dread rises at the back of your throat. The Masked King is like a wound in the world, seeping strangeness and unease. The mask tilts. Empty eyes drill into yours. Singling you out from the crowd, you look away, drenched in freezing sweat. Uh-oh. The Masked King gives no speech. Instead, a wagon pulls up and a procession of prisoners are led out. One of them is kicked forward by a guard. The marshal steps forward, eyes cold and dark as extinguished stars.
Yosten Fenn, cobbler, you participated in the Sentinel riots and agitated in defiance of the Masked King's laws. The crown finds you guilty of treason. The sentence is death.
Uh-oh.
Edet Fenn, wife of Josten Fenn, you joined your husband in defiance of the Masked King's law. The crown finds you guilty of treason. The sentence is death.
So it goes down the line until all prisoners are sentenced. None escape the marshal's chilling pronouncement. All are accursed of joining the recent riots, sparked by the swords you made for Brennan.
Guilty of treason. The sentence is death.
The last prisoner is sentenced. The marshal steps back. Hushed silence falls as the Masked King draws his sword. Jesus. The blade is almost as tall as the king himself. It shimmers, its edge glinting with an otherworldly light, and you know instantly it is beyond anything you've made in your career. The blade drops with a keening noise that cuts the silence in half. One by one, seemingly spontaneously, the condemned prisoners fall into pieces. Heads roll from shoulders. Blood fills the cracks between the flagstones. By all that's lost. Keep your thoughts to yourself. Masked King steps down, cloak fluttering as he passes the fallen bodies. His retinue follows. Before the crowd can dissipate, however, someone darts forward, a sword in hand. Someone you recognize, wielding a sword you recognize.
Vaginas!
Marwyn strikes, his sword a blur. Two guards fall dead, and he's on the Masked King. His blade sinks deep into the king's body. Feathers from his cloak scatter in the air. Wait for the king to fall. It's not going to happen. The Masked King doesn't appear to notice the blade embedded in his torso. He turns very slowly to face his would-be assassin.
He seems to grow in height, looming taller and taller over the crow, his shadow lengthening and writhing. The man falls to his knees, gazing helplessly into the masked king's empty eyes.
No! No, please!
The wind dies and the sun fades from the sky, plunging the entire square into shadow. The crow's screams turn to a hollow rattle as he claws at his own face, leaving bloody gashes in his cheeks.
Forgive me! Forgive me! I did not know!
Masked King looks away. The sun reappears. The world returns to normal. Two knights step forward and drag the sobbing crow away. Despite the king's calmness, pandemonium erupts. The crowd surges in panic. Guards push everyone back, shouting contradictory commands. Slip away before things get ugly. You grab Caswin by the arm and dash down a side alley. Your mind is reeling. You just saw the Masked King get stabbed in the heart and barely react at all. Is he a man, a ghost, a monster? Worse still, he was stabbed with a sword you made. Well, fuck me. Caswin, I can't believe a sword we forged was used to strike against the Masked King. What happened in Sentinel Square? Was that my doing? The riots were sparked by a sword I made. No, we can't think that way. We just make the blades. The responsibility lies with the hands that wield them, right? Okay. Okay. Well then. Fuck me. Yamo. With the crows. Give me more rep. Athana. That's good money, and we got some stuff, and it's a new character. A woman enters your workshop. Her eyes are as hard and gray as pebbles in her pinched face. She unfolds a piece of parchment, revealing a detailed sketch of a sword. Smith, take a look at this. The parchment is covered with detailed sketches of an officer's sword. Every measurement is annotated in precise hand. This was my grandfather's blade. He served in Talin's army for 15 years, back in the Age of Song. These drawings are remarkably detailed. I had years to memorize every detail. Even after he retired, he trained with it every morning. I watched him moving from stance to stance, as fluid as a river. Some days he showed me how to sharpen it, how to oil the leather, said it would be mine to pass down. Where's the blade? Her jaw tightens, and for a moment she looks away. My father sold it, 3 months after grandfather died. Traded it to a wine merchant from Karev for a cask of red-wheeled red. The cask lasted him 2 weeks, 3 generations of honor, drowned in cheap wine. Why do you want a copy now? My son Marcus. He's been accepted into the city watch. The ceremony is next month. He should have his great-grandfather's blade at his side when he takes his oath, even if it's only an echo of what we lost. I've saved for 2 years to afford this. My husband thinks I'm being foolish, but he didn't know my grandfather. Does your son know about the original sword? I've told him the stories. How his great-grandfather served with distinction. How the blade never failed him in 15 years of service. I haven't told him it was sold for drink. Let him believe it was lost honorably in battle. Alright, I'll get started right away. So... nice. Heavy weight. Which will cover the impact. Mobility, that's gonna be hard. The sharpness will be easy. So I think we make it as short and as wide as possible with a little bit of thickness. That'll give us mobility, easy sharpness. Okay. Okay. Thickness. We're gonna take it down a bit. Let's make it like 0.65. We need to make it somewhat wide. Let's add cross section now. And then point needs to be a broad point. Sharpness. Can we taper the thickness? No. Let's make it wider then. Okay. Broad point. There we go. Weight. It's too much, so we gotta thin it down a little bit. I said, there, please. There we go. That's not too bad. Not too shabby. Let's polish this fucker. Make it look nice. Nice and shiny. Okay. Weight is too much. Okay, fine. There's our hand and a half. Let's give it an end cap. And then there's our weight. We're not even, nope, no cross guard. Well, what do we got? What do we got? This guy. There we go. There we go. Now it's a little bit more sorty. And we got plenty of leather, I think. We can give it a little bit of a leather wrap here, make it a little nice for the boy. Or not. Fine. Fine. There you go. There's G-Pa's sword. Good old G-Pa. Dana's hands tremble slightly as she reaches for the sword. She stops, just sort of touching it, as if afraid it might vanish. It's exactly as I remember. Is it? She lifts the blade with practiced ease, her grandfather's training evident in every moment. For a moment, years seem to fall away from her face. He took me through the forms one by one, taught me how to guard, how to strike. I never ended up using those skills. I just let them rust away. My grandfather would have been disappointed by that. The past can't be reforged, but the future can be. She looks at you sharply, then her expression softens. Wise words, Smith. She wraps the sword carefully in oiled cloth, each fold precise and deliberate. As she turns to leave, she pauses at your door. My grandfather would have respected your craftsmanship, Smith. That's the highest praise I can offer. Aww. That's a G-Paw right there. Go, Grandpa. Okay, cool. Let's salvage. Oh, I need to open this. I got a bunch of money for opening that. Cool. Okay, we'll end the day. We can go roll the dice with the dog. See if we don't get lucky. I have a bad feeling, but seek out Clodo. Find Clodo, sat on his haunches. Let's see if we can get him back to the forge. You stretch out your hand and Clodo licks it solemnly. He looks up at you with big brown eyes and you can see the trust there. He trots at your heels as you make your way back to the forge. For the first time since his master has died, his tail starts to sway. We got a puppy! The Hound! We recruited Clodo.
Before you can open the forge for the day, a troop of guards storm into your shop. Leading them is a woman you recognize. Clodo snarls at the intruders, hackles rising.
Good boy.
You're under arrest.
Why?
She doesn't answer, instead making a sharp gesture at the watchman behind her. They march forward. Clodo leaps to your defense, growling, but is sent flying. No! Don't hurt my dog. You march out at sword point to a waiting wagon. Neighboring shop owners try to conceal their curiosity. Cashwin is just arriving, a basket of bread in one hand, his mouth open in shock. What's happening here?
You're under arrest too, sunshine.
The bread basket falls as Caswin is seized. You're both bundled into the wagon, hands in manacles. What's this about?
Just a misunderstanding.
Just a misunderstanding. Watch the forge for me.
I will. Good luck, Smith.
Oh, rotten ruination. Maybe if we just tell the truth, everything will work out. Whatever happens, remember to keep your stories straight. The wagon rumbles away, leaving Rysel standing forlornly in the road with Chordo limping at her feet. Years of questioning have stained the gutters rust red. Across from you stands the sergeant and a man whose face is half twisted by scar tissue. You recognize him as the marshal, the second most powerful man in Aaron Keep. Caswin is not with you. The guards dragged him elsewhere. Here he is, Lord Commander.
Here it is, Lord Commander. We got his assistant in the adjacent cell. Thank you, Sergeant Glenn.
She snaps a salute and leaves. The marshal observes you, fingers drumming his sword hilt.
Why do you think you're here, Smith?
One of my swords was used to attack the Masked King.
You will address me as sir or my lord, or I shall have you whipped.
The marshal's gaze is as deep and as cold as a midwinter lake.
We have Marwyn in another cell. Damn crow could have had a good life in Aaron Keep if he just stuck to the arena. Ironically, for the crow, he sung like a canary. All it took was a little pressure, the right kind of pressure. I know how to break any man, no matter how proud or strong. You don't want me to try that kind of pressure on you. So save us all some trouble and tell me the truth. How did you come to make that sword?
Marwyn approached me. These are identical. I'm guessing one is supposed to say something else. So that's not great. It was just another commission, my lord. I thought nothing of it.
You're not lying to me, are you? We'll see if your assistant corroborates that story.
Honestly, I did it to get him the fuck out of the bar. The sergeant returns to the cell and whispers something in the marshal's ear. He nods. The sergeant steps out of the cell while the marshal's eyes drills into your soul. The pause stretches long enough to make you uncomfortable. Then the sergeant returns and nods once. The marshal claps you on the shoulder hard enough to leave a bruise.
Good news, Smith. Your assistant tells the same tale. And our early interrogation of Marwyn put you in the clear. You had no knowledge he turned that sword against.
I thought he was going to use it in the fucking arena.
You haven't encountered any other suspicious characters, of course. Haven't made swords for any other troublesome elements. You tell me if you had.
I'm just a loyal and hard-working smith, sir. You're up sharply on the door. A moment later, Sergeant Glenn walks in carrying two swords and sheaths. You recognize both, Marwyn's and Brennan's.
Arming a traitor once, well, that's just bad luck. Arming two traitors, well, that's either treachery or damn foolishness. Both these swords have the same symbol inscribed on them. You made both, didn't you?
Oh, that sword. Yes, sir, I did make them both.
So you're a traitor or merely a fool?
If I were a traitor, I wouldn't leave such an obvious trail. If I were a traitor, my lord, I wouldn't leave such an obvious trail.
A fool, then. I'm a great believer in freedom of enterprise. The city needs swords. My guards need swords. I don't want to exile you to the far mines, so help me out. Give me the name of the man who commissioned the second blade.
He didn't give me his name, sir.
Let's see if your assistant says the same.
A ghastly scream comes from the adjacent cell, followed by hacking, wheezing sobs. Once the screams die down, Sergeant Glenn walks back into the cell and mutters into the marshal's eye. He nods slowly, his eyes boring into you as the sergeant steps out again. Seems your assistant disagrees with you. Took some persuasion, but he says the fellow was called Brennan. You should have told me from the start, Smith. The sergeant was forced to question your assistant most harshly. Now, what did he look like?
Well, that's the thing. Caswin never went with me. And he wasn't ever there to get Brennan's name. Now, if we're playing by logic, Caswin never met Brennan. Period. I don't know, my lord. He wore a hood and his face was in shadow. Marshal grinds his teeth in frustration. Go, Sergeant. See if the assistant backs this up. If not, pull out a tooth. Sergeant returns a few minutes later, looking frustrated. Luckily, you heard no screams from the adjoining cell. Boy says he never met this Brennan character. It was only the Smith. Marshal glares at you for a long moment, then sighs and rubs his eyes. Fine. I shall trust you're telling the truth. Let's hope for that sake. For your sake, that my trust... See, I personally don't recall telling Caswin Brennan's name, but I could be wrong. Did he reveal his motivations, his accomplices? He said he had friends in places high and low, my lord. I see. Thanks for your cooperation. Needless to say, if you ever see this person again, or anyone requests a sword that you consider unusual, inform the guards at once. Understood? Yes, sir. Know this, Smith, my eye is on you now. Your swords can easily end up in the wrong hands. Be careful, lest one of your own blades meet your neck. I think it's kind of bullshit, because I don't recall talking to Caswin about Brennan's name. And Brennan said, just call me Brennan. Caswin is waiting for you. His face is pale and half drenched in blood. He's clutching a pad of gauze to one ear. What did they do to you? I heard the screams. They... He lifts the gauze, revealing a wet red hole in the side of his head. His ear has been completely sliced off. Fuck! I think they knocked some of my teeth loose, too. I don't know why. I didn't do anything wrong. I'm sorry. Not your fault. It's a long walk home. Everything is fallen. The day is wasted. As you approach your forge, a shadow detaches from a nearby alleyway.
Ugh, poor lad. Come here.
Brennan sits Caswin on a step and pulls a suturing kit from his belt. He stitches Caswin's... Oh, thank God. Ouch!
Sorry, lad. Here, take a nip of this for the pain.
He passes Caswin a flask and resumes stitching. As Caswin sips, Brennan turns to you.
You did well to get out of there without losing a few fingers. I hear the Marshal has a collection.
Did you know what Marwin was going to do?
No, Marwin never should have acted on his own like that. The man's a prick.
What's the meaning of that symbol? Why did both you and Marwin request it?
You've seen what the Masked King can do. He ain't natural. If we want to fight him, we need to draw on the unnatural ourselves. That sigil's part of it. A magic symbol to leech away his power. Only it didn't work, as you've no doubt noticed. Marwin was never supposed to even know about the symbol, let alone do what he did. Attacking the Masked King directly like that would never have worked. We shouldn't have trusted him.
I was close. Too close.
You're truly enmeshed in our little conspiracy now.
Draws a finger across his throat with an apologetic grin.
You're one of us. As far as I'm concerned, come meet us at the Ducal Crypt. Make sure you're not followed. We'll tell you everything.
What do you mean? These must be the friends in high places you mentioned earlier.
Got it in one, sonner. We call ourselves the Ashen Hand. We have all different reasons for fighting against the Masked King, but we're united in common cause. He's got to go. Me, I'm in it to find out what's happening to the orphans, and save those kids if they're still alive. If you're of a similar mindset, we'd be glad to have you aboard.
Nod.
There you go, lad. All done. Keep the whiskey. I think you need it more than me.
He snips off the thread and Caswin stitches and then stands up with a flourish. Brennan slips back into the night, leaving you and Caswin alone. Above you, a half moon peers through the fog. We're not going to join some kind of resistance against the Masked King, are we? Not after we just went through. After what we just went through, we no longer have a choice. Oh, rotten ruination. Maybe you're right. Just don't get us arrested again. Pull Caswin to his feet. Together you hobble back to the forge, resting on each other for support. A sliver of moon parts the clouds above, glinting like a blade half drawn from its scabbard. Air and keep slumbers around you. The city no longer seems so civilized as it did when Caswin first guided you through its streets. Wow. Wow. Oh! You have reached the end of Bladesong's main quest. Your journey will continue in a future early access update. Until then, feel free to explore side quests or try out creative mode. Oh! Well, that's the end of what they've got in early access so far, and we just got an achievement that I didn't see. Let's see here. Rough Justice. Finish chapter 1. Oh! Oh! I wonder how many chapters there are going to be then. Huh. Clodo! Clodo's life in Clamp has left him covered in filth and fleas, his ribs shooting through his fur, spots of mange on his flanks, but he pants and whips his tail with enthusiasm as you approach. Let's give him a bath. He isn't familiar with the concept of baths. Once you've scrubbed him with soap and up into the first bucket over his head, he discovers that he doesn't like it. He runs off, yelping, apparently having decided you intend to drown him. You chase him around the workshop for an hour before the last of the suds have been rinsed off. Afterwards, though, he looks like a new dog. His fur is glossy and shining, and the flea infestation has been mostly combed out. He glares at you resentfully for the rest of the day. Feed him. You'll let a strip of jive meat. He wolfs it down. Pet him. He leans heavily into you, growling with deep doggy contentment as you stroke his flank. Aww. You can pet the dog! Cool. So we have other commissions. We could do a big one for the Magisterium. A shaven-headed youth enters your forge, dressed in the robes of the Magisterium. He has a broad frame for a scholar. I'm in need of a good blade, Smith. Next month, I face the Lorgard trials. If I pass, they'll give me a sword, but the Magisterium's blades are pulled from old stockpile. I want something tailored to my grip. So, medium long, heavy as shit, impact, sharpness, stiffness, hand and a half, broad point. Okay. Okay. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. I'm gonna have to make this one longer. Because if we want the weight of it, between 49 and 69%. Currently 67. Okay. So we're at 3 centimeters thick. $1.5. Okay. Let's taper the thickness for 50% of it. Here, so it goes down to 0.5, and then we're going to do that again for the length of the entire blade. Okay, so that gives us length, weight, impact. We need to make it wider now. Now we can do cross-section. Okay. Okay. Let's do that. Get a little bit wider. There we go. And then we need a point. It needs to be broad. There we go. And let's add some polish to it. 70% should be good. All right. Give you a nice Suba. And... we needed to be hand and a half. We're gonna do the twisted model. There's our hand and a half. And maybe there's the Kashira in the end there.
That's a sword. That's a sword, all right. It is. It is.
Anything fun we want to do with it? Let's give it a red leather wrap. Yeah, that's fun. That's a fun sword. There you go. You hand the sword to the prospective Lurgard. He cycles through a series of practice forms of the blade, each movement precise and careful. By the silent voices, this blade sings! I can feel the difference already. With this, I'll show them I'm worthy to guard the Corpus Celestis. If I fail, it won't be the blade's fault. Thank you, Smith.
Cool. Nice. Yeah, it's a sword, all right. It is. It is.
Cool. Ooh, Magisterium rank 1. Nice. And let's salvage a helmet. Cool. We're finally at 500. I think we'll do another day or two before we go and talk to the guy at the den. But I think it's time for me to stop for the day. I want to thank everybody for coming and hanging out with me. Let's find somebody we can raid into and maybe make their day just a little bit better. Oh, it's a little baby raid. A little tiny raid from us. Let's see here. I see Eyes is playing Helmart. Luma is playing Hightail. I see Sethis is playing Helmart. We might raid into Sethis. We haven't raided into him in a little while. Who else do we know? One of these days, just out of the blue, I want to raid into a giant streamer just for the hell of it. Just because I can. And just see what the reaction is. Like, just go to, like, the top of Twitch. And it's like, hey, there's a 4,000, 5,000 plus viewer count. Just raid into them. So set this. I think we could, why don't we go and say hi to, I'd like to say hi to, gosh, I think we'll say hi to Luma. Luma's always a good time. She's a great laugh. Is always entertaining. Plus, we get a good look at Hightail that way. So we'll go ahead and we'll raid out to Luma. Everybody, thank you so much for hanging out with me today. It always makes my day seeing you hanging out with me and let me play some games for you. Other than that, hope you all have a great evening. Make sure you get some rest, get some food, get some hydration in you, get a stretch. I'm going to be doing all of those. I know that for sure. And then go hang out and enjoy your day with Luma. And thanks again. Thanks again so much, everybody. Bye-bye. I love you. Goodbye. Goodbye. Have a great day. Goodbye.